everybody, and welcome to CCA Summer Series Playoffs, sponsored by NelnetBank. My name is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by Seb, Taco, and Hercules. And I think I'm the only person who forgot my sunglasses today. That is the one thing. As a host, I feel like I have failed my duties already here, but it's okay. The action of tonight should make up for my lack thereof it. Guys, we finally got here after 4 weeks of league play, 2 different qualifiers even to make it into league play in the first place. We have now found ourselves here with playoffs with a total of 12 teams competing through it. And I mean, we've all been here for the entirety of the excitement. Seb, I know we didn't get any Canadian teams into playoffs here, but I have to imagine you're excited for tonight regardless.
I am incredibly excited because while we don't have any Canadian teams, we have one Canadian player in bracket who is resting all of our country's hopes on his shoulders. We have, of course, Creams in the bracket, despite the fact on the podcast I didn't pick him to win. But that being said, I'm still hoping he does incredibly well. I think this is the top 6 on both conferences that we exactly wanted. Fast.
I mean, I would think so. It's a little bit off of the predictions I think that we had at the beginning of the season. For those of you that don't know, we do a show here on the CCA channel pretty much every week that discusses everything we think about the collegiate scene. And we had top 6 in each region that we thought might make it in. But here's actually who made it in. We have our standings. Let's take a look over at the East standings here so that we can figure out the first 6 teams that will be joining us here tonight. They will be none other than Northwood, West Virginia, Ball State University, the University of Akron. It's the Zips making it in with their main team, not the goal team here. Davenport University and Fisher College. And Taco, I think I know your answer for this one, but which one of these teams is the most unexpected to make it into this bracket?
Honestly, I've never heard of Northwood. I don't know where that's supposed to be. No, exactly. North who? No, Fisher College was definitely kind of like the awkward one out, mainly just because you see that gulf in saying, okay, well, Northwood plus 38 differential, West Virginia plus 27, and then you go down and you're like, oh, Fisher College, -7. And then you look through everyone else, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, where they're all kind of close, but like it was just a bloodbath in the middle of these. So I don't really blame any of these teams for finally scraping by, being able to get above that line and finally take a breath before engaging in quite these sweaty playoffs.
I mean, the sweaty playoffs are only just beginning here today. Again, we'll go over the bracket in a little while here, but for right now, all you really need to know is these 6 teams will be competing against another 6 teams, which will be joining us from the West as well. And in doing so, I was going to say, we can talk a little bit more about these, but I'm fine to talk about the West as well here as we transition over to our 6 teams from West that will be joining us as well. Maryville University, the #1 team coming out of the West, will be joined alongside by Oklahoma Christian University, Columbia College, St. Edwards, University of Oregon, and San Diego State University. And Herc, this is not exactly the batch that we were expecting to make it into playoffs here, but there are a lot of familiar faces joining as well.
There definitely are familiar faces that are usually on the other side of the bracket, actually. So, that, of course, that one that sticks out to me and pretty much everybody else, St. Edwards making it through. It's crazy to even see a Texas team up there. What feels crazier, though, is to see teams like Mizzou and Boise State just barely miss out on this in that 7 and 8 spot, especially just because like those are the teams that the potential was there. You guys should have like made that top 6, but it was so much closer in the West this year. I liked it a lot. Very, very stacked group of people, and this top 6 is going to be pretty interesting, to be honest.
I would agree so as well. I do feel like this might be the strongest sort of group that we've sent out of West in a hot minute. Usually we do have a couple of top teams that are pretty strong here, but Seb, it's no longer just the #1 and 2 show like it was last semester or the last time that we had a playoffs like this here on the CCA channel or in collegiate in general. Last time we'd really only be looking at Maryville and Oklahoma Christian. Now we've got Columbia all the way down to San Diego State, really looking like competitors.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's address the elephant in the room in that Boise State, who was the undefeated team in fall of last year, borderline RLCS qualifiers, like easily one of the best teams to come out of the West in a long time. They had some issues. That was very clear. That was, of course, due to like internet issues that were going on. And that is honestly probably the most tragic loss for the West because of how strong Boise is. But I think that even despite that, we've seen different teams come up in that place. We saw, of course, Maryville come up with the 14-1 record. Could have been 15-0 if they were actually trying. And then we have others. We have OKC, who has really lived up to, I think, what we've wanted to see from them, and they've gotten better and better as the time goes on. Columbia, of course, making the play after Cam leaving and proving to still be a powerhouse in the West.
They're a powerhouse for sure, but they still have a pretty difficult night ahead of them here, as we've got the brackets ready for everybody to take a look at here. For the 4 matches we will be playing tonight are the ones at the very bottom, but the other 2 will be included as well throughout the weekend. It is going to be a double elimination bracket, but it is only double elimination for those 2 brackets at the top there. The top 2 seeds from East and the top 2 seeds for West will be competing in our upper semifinals, while all the rest of the teams here today are going to have to start off in lower round 1. Those are the 4 matches that we're going to be starting off with. It's Ball State versus San Diego State University, St. Edwards versus Davenport, Columbia versus Fisher, and Akron versus Oregon. I'm going to go to you for this one, Taco. Who do you think is going to be the, I'd say, most interesting match of the night?
I think in terms of the one that was a bit more of a toss-up, we were talking about this yesterday on the Champ League show when we were doing our kind of Champ League show. Plug. We were talking about the games that really could go either way, and I feel like we kind of settled on St. Edwards, Davenport, and I would say probably the more contentious one, Columbia and Fisher, because I feel like Fisher struggled by far the most in the East, but it's the East, and then Columbia does really well in the West, but you're like, it's the West, maybe it's not as strong, so it's really hard to know, like, on paper, is the record the thing to trust, or is it truly just like the caliber of players and know what we can achieve? So that one is something that I actually really labored over when I was looking at the predictions when we were doing bracket predictions. I had no idea which way that was going to swing. I think that's probably going to be the most contentious. In chat as well, I bet they're going to be pretty split.
Yeah, I have to imagine that chat's going to be pretty difficult to decide on this one, especially considering that there are really fan bases on either end here. Again, like you talked about, Seb, it's the departure of Cam. He's no longer playing on Columbia. He's found himself a new squad, and I do think that they're going to have a lot of fans and supporters because of that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the #1 team coming into this thing. I think there's going to be supporters for Akron as well here tonight. I think we're definitely going to have to look to the Fisher squad because all 3 of those players individually have their accolades behind them, and obviously Ball State as well. If you are not already aware, the Ball State crew comes in rolling deep every time. They are a very, very dedicated group. And they also probably have a couple of spots here on our stats leaders. We've got ourselves our stats leaders by the numbers, NelnetBank's league leaders, if you will. And we're starting off today with goals per game. Now, I'm not going to act like any of these players aren't surprising to get onto this list, but St. Edwards, with the absolute heroic finish they had to the season here, finish off with a 1.37 goals per game for Drewy here. Texas, getting a rep.
Yeah, I mean, everything's bigger in Texas, so are our goals per game. Now, granted, that has to keep into this weekend, all right? You guys, my faith is very much wavering. I'm struggling to believe and still claim my Yee side. So, Drewy, everything falls on you. Otherwise, we're all going to have to go back to be Cam fans, and that one falls on you, man.
I mean, look, I'm at least happy that we have the West representing the very top of goals per game here. We've got both Drury and Knight as our #1 and 2, the closest to at least 1.3 or above from both of these players. 2 different West players that give me faith we might be able to get it done throughout this weekend. But these are not the only stats that we've got to look at before we get into this weekend here. We've also got our assist per game leaders as well. Those are the players that were able to, throw it over to their teammates the most besides anybody else. And this one's a little bit more east-sided here, Seb. We got our #1 guy in hockey averaging almost an assist per game, and that cannot be understated.
No, and I think it's important to note that both Hockey and Creams as well on the goals per game side were also leading. I mean, dude, it goes to show how Northwood, they continue to ball out even if they do take a loss here or there. And, it hasn't been the cleanest league play season for them, but they're still putting up the numbers they need to. They're still clearly the #1 seed coming into this playoff bracket. Hockey, I mean, the fact that he's been able to take a lot, I would say, of the offensive production ever since Lion Blaze has kind of stepped back from the roster, kind of shows that leadership role and that RLCS experience he's been able to bring over from TSM, and he's really working hand in hand with Creams very effectively.
I really do love what we've seen out of Northwood right now, where it feels like they have finally found the chemistry that, we all expect them to have. This is a team that individually is unbelievably talented, but now they're starting to find themselves a good flow as a trio, which is why I have to imagine in our final category here for our NelnetBank's league leaders by the numbers, I have to imagine that for Save's game, no, not a single player on here from Northwood. And this is actually very west-sided here, Taco, as I think every player on here is from the West.
Yeah, West is full of a lot of shots, and therefore you have to make a lot of saves. It's a chaotic type of matchup whenever you watch West. I think that's one of the hallmark traits of Western gameplay. And so I'm not really surprised by this. Also, if you take a look at this one, it's not surprising that most of these teams with most saves per game are the teams that probably are struggling to play defense and struggling to get wins. So you do see Kansas City, Grand Canyon, Colorado, Oregon State, and of course Lubbock Christian. But there's still teams that have done pretty respectably well. They've taken some big games. They've gone the distance in the case, especially of Grand Canyon, Colorado, Oregon State, with some larger teams. So I'm not too surprised by that. But unfortunately, saves per game, it's one of those momentary stats where maybe in a specific game would be, wow, that's really impressive. But across the season, sometimes it can be painting a little bit of a troublesome figure. But good to know that these players on their teams are making that impact to help keep the goal line a little bit more clear than if they weren't there.
I want to point out real quick before we do move on, because we don't have scores per game on currently as far as statistics. And I know that Drew is also leading in the goals per game category, but he is actually also third place right now in the score per game category as well, with only Profile being above him and then Ultor, who only played like 3 games. I think when it comes to Drew, I wouldn't say he's like the hard carry for St. Edwards, but he is, I would argue, to be the star for St. Edwards going forward. And I'm very interested to see how it, really goes forward into the upcoming series.
Those are some fighting words here. You're saying Wellis is getting hard carried by Drewy on that team.
No.
That's a
No.
bold statement.
I'm not saying, because Wellis isn't too far behind. And I'm not saying that. Don't.
You said hard carry. I heard those. Guys, we heard those words, correct?
Yeah, honestly, I'm just surprised he didn't mention Dino hard carrying both of them. He's got almost 4 demos a game. The man is a menace.
True. I mean, honestly, I'll save it for when we're talking about the actual game, but I think that might have a big effect going into the series, low-key.
I mean, I'd have to imagine so, but we'll find out about that in just a couple of moments here, as I think we're getting ready with an interview from both a player on Davenport and on St. Edwards, and you can ask them then if it's going to be live or die based on Dino there. For right now, let's see if we can maybe bring it back to our camera so that we can talk a little bit more about what we've got going on here today. Because like I said, we've got an interview on the line, but we've also got all 4 of us talking even more about the action. Guys, I got my sunglasses. I sprinted in here as quickly as possible. You know what? You at least have them. I didn't have mine even accessible at the time. But the one thing that we do also have in excess this weekend is a lot of upset potential. I mean, Taco, we talked about this. It's not only the fact that the West is coming in here with probably the strongest group that we've ever been able to send from the Western Conference, but I think a lot of the lower bracket matchups are not guarantees at this point. It feels like any 4 of those, we could absolutely see an upset.
I mean, I did say at one point yesterday on the Champ League show where I was like, I guarantee that I feel like Ball State probably wins. I think Akron wins. And then immediately Steve's on Oregon goes, oh, guarantee? Oh, bet? And then I think we noticed later there was a clip of that moment on the channel. So I think people are definitely saving up, ready to tweet it out. They got the draft tweet ready to go. So I definitely think there's a lot of doubt in terms of our predictions in that case. But that's good to see.
We are back yet again with even more action here for the CCA Summer Series playoff, sponsored by NelnetBank. And I'm hoping that we're about ready to get into our interview for today, as I believe that we've got two players, one from Davenport, one from St. Edwards on the line here, and ready to talk about their upcoming matchup. But again, that might just take a couple of moments here, or I think we've actually already got them on the line. Never mind. We find ourselves here today with Brock and Wellis. Gentlemen, first off, congratulations on making it into the playoffs. You guys have both deserved this. You've done a very good job throughout your entire season. But the first person I'm going to actually have to go to here is Brock. Brock, it's your first time in the collegiate space. How are you feeling? Are you enjoying playing with your team, getting involved in this space in general so far?
I mean, I'm loving it. It's a whole different environment. I feel like it's taken a lot more serious than what I'm used to, and I'm surrounded by great people, great players. Big shout out to my coach, Big Shane. He's really made it as easy as possible, and I'm excited to see how this goes.
Now, in the inverse, I want to ask Wellis a question real quick, because, you've been here for a long time, right? Like, you've been in this space for a long time. You had your run in UNLV. You're here now with St. Edwards, and you've had good seasons on both, but you had a bit of a slow start at, the start of this season with St. Edwards. And I would say, in terms of comparing your bracket from fall 2023, how are you overall feeling about your bracket going forward into this one? You're starting in lowers this time. You don't have to deal with Northwood, then Fisher, whatever it was last time. So you're going into this one. I think you have a decent road. How are you feeling?
I mean, we're feeling pretty good. We're bummed out about not getting that top 2 spot, but things didn't really go the way we were hoping they would. But I mean, we're not really worried about it. We're just going to play who's in front of us. And it's Cam. Come on. I always beat Cam. I don't ever lose to Cam.
Oh, the former teammate. Oh, I mean, that is a little bit of an insider from Wells. But of course, then I have to turn it over to Brock then. You guys are obviously a team that came in with a lot of fanfare. I think a lot of us were like, wow, that's a really significant East team. But of course, then you guys start playing. You come in 5th. Do you feel like this team is still trying to reach that potential? Like, what do you feel like are the things that you have to overcome as a new squad stepping into such a competitive conference?
I mean, the level of talent on our team really is almost unmatched, and I think we all know that as a squad. It's just kind of figuring it out all together. As long as we don't beat ourselves, I think we're completely fine. So we're still reaching our stride, but I think we're gonna get there very soon.
Okay. I mean, I have to ask, as the Texan, everybody's going to default you to me every single time. Obviously, you guys are the only ones representing Texas right now. There's a little bit more pressure fan favorite-wise on that, and I'm going to send this one kind of to both of y'all, but the pressure of representing your school, I mean, obviously, you guys are kind of sitting in that, second half right now. What is, the pressure to try and reach, I don't know, whatever your team's goal might be? I don't know if you guys have an anticipated goal of a certain place to end with right now, but what does the pressure kind of look like headed into this weekend?
I mean, we'd love to match that top 2 result that we got last year, if not have another shot at finals, because it was kind of disappointing to go out 4-0 the way we did against West Virginia. So really to get our get back if we could. That's our main goal.
Brock, if you'd like to answer as well, I'll leave you the floor before we finish this one up.
Yeah, I definitely think we're looking for at least top 3. It's a whole different game in the East, so we're just trying to figure that out, and I know we're going to get it soon. I'm really excited to see how it goes.
Well, I mean, that kind of answers my question here. I'm hearing a top 4 from one half. I'm hearing a top 3 from the other. I guess we'll go to you first, Wellis. We need predictions, brother. Well, how's this series going? What are you taking here? How many games?
3-1.
It's a best of 5, by the way. 3-1. Okay.
For Davenport, yeah.
Oh, for now. Oh, okay. All right. On the other side, we're also saying the 3-1.
Yep.
The courtesy of giving a game, I think, is nice. So there's a little bit of respect there. Just a little bit. That's as far as it goes.
But it's only Cam getting the game, so,
What?
Okay, buddy.
All right, well, before Seb continues to slander the both of you two, good luck to the both of you guys here tonight. Once again, congratulations on making it into playoffs, and for Brock in particular, congratulations on doing it on your first hurrah through the collegiate space. Well, as you've been here before, brother, and I trust you as another Las Vegas local, I need you to represent here today. I know you got this, and, well, honestly, I hope both of you show up and have an incredible series. Good luck to the both of you today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that was Wellis and Brock from St. Edwards and Davenport there. I got a little bit of favoritism going over towards St. Edwards right now. Wellis just did an entire drive from the city I'm living in all the way out to Texas, which means he's got to maybe take a little bit of time to rejuvenate, get ready for today, as he's starting off our day here with St. Edwards versus Davenport. Like we mentioned before, those are the only 4 matches we're playing today are in that bottom left corner. We're starting off with St. Edwards versus Davenport, moving on to Akron versus Oregon, and then Columbia versus Fisher, and we're rounding out the night with Ball State versus SDSU. And I know we've got the first match just on the horizon here, and I've already asked Taco for his favorites, but Seb, we'll go to you first. Which match has your eye on it right now?
This one. I think that this match legitimately might have some of the biggest ramifications, not just for this bracket, but kind of going forward into collegiate. I think it's a good litmus test for both teams as they try and figure out where they're going to be come fall. And I think for both these teams, this is a test. I mean, with Davenport, this is where we get to see, even Cam still wearing the Columbia jersey in his picture. This is where we get to see, is Cam with a proper supporting cast able to get it done?
I mean, honestly, that's more than just a proper supporting cast. He's got the fish pick involved as well there. I like that, Brock. You're looking fly on this one.
Yeah, it's a shout out to you, so you don't have to.
Oh yeah. See, it's even they're both fighting for my favoritism right now. One of them lives where I live. The other one is trying to use a fish to get me. I'm not really sure which one of the two of them is going to be able to gain my favor here, but can we give a shout out to St. Edwards for all 3 of them having professional headshots ready to go here today? Herc, they're representing Texas to the best of their abilities, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we could have put, the odd one out in the middle, try to frame it a little bit better. But no, for real though, respect to them having some of those photos. I will say the Davenport side, the personality, it is shining. I can't get over the fish pick, wholeheartedly submitting that.
That's definitely a profile pick.
Honestly, all 3 of these guys should be, or all 6 of them, I should say, should be running with these profile pictures here. They're looking fly. They're looking ready to play today, but unfortunately for them, they now have to try and show up and play their hearts out. Like we said, it is single elimination for the teams here in the lower side of the bracket for both St. Edwards and Davenport. This is their one shot. Respectively, they both come into this one 11-4 overall. They have the exact same records on either side of the pitch, but the big difference here, Taco, you've talked about this a lot, whether it's on the show or just in general. That's an 11-4 in the West, not the same as an 11-4 in the East.
Yeah, and that's my biggest concern when it comes in, is that St. Edwards, I feel like, has only gotten better, and Davenport, I would say, is kind of the same. I think they started off, and Cam was tweeting out after, he tends to be pretty vocal with how his teams play regardless, or himself, even if it's like a 1v1 tournament, maybe even a 2v2. He's always kind of commenting, hey, it doesn't really work right now, but hey, we're getting there. Don't worry, it'll all be fine. And I feel like now that I'm watching them, they're getting some significant victories. That's nice. St. Edwards, though, I do have to wonder, how much of that streak is really something that is going to be something that is able to be discounted. For example, that Maryville game, everyone's like, yeah, that's awesome. Maryville finally lost. It's like, yeah, but then we get a report that Maryville had #1 clinch, so they didn't really need to show up. They stopped scrimming as much. So it's like, there's little discounts, but I do agree with Seb that this is probably the premier matchup and definitely the one we should start with because there's so much riding on it. And you can hear it in both their teams. They're like, hey, what do you expect to do? They're like, we expect to be near close to winning this, top 3, top 2 type team. And it's sad to know that one of them is going to be the most strong they could possibly be.
The thing that really sucks the most here is that, again, in order for St. Edwards to make it back to where they were last year, because last year they went 0-2. They lost in their upper bracket matchup after getting a top 2 seed within West, and then lost in the lower bracket matchup as well. That's 2 back-to-back losses that, honestly, there's not much they can do to try and fight against. In order for them to try and replicate that performance, get the same place that they did last time, they need to win this matchup, the next one, and beat the next one as well. That is 3 wins in a row in order to outdo the placement they had last time, the top 4 that they are shooting for. That is a tall task here, but I will say, that seems doable. Like we've heard from the St. Edwards team, they are very much capable of not just taking a win here, but taking wins going forward.
Oh, I definitely agree. I think if you can get your first win, from there, things kind of should theoretically snowball into effect a little bit. I mean, if we could pull up the bracket again, I can give y'all my rough prediction on it, and then every's gonna go nuts and be like, this is what I'm basing my channel points off of. Please don't. I've been very wrong recently. But yeah, no, I'm trying to look at this. I don't have the bracket pulled anywhere for myself. But I think if St. Edwards at least could take Davenport, like y'all said, getting 11-4 in the East versus the West are two very, very different things right now. And I think St. Edwards, in my opinion, all respect to Davenport, they had the tougher challenge headed into this one. So I think preparation just inevitably falls a little bit into their favor, in my opinion. But with that being said, the three above them, Maryville, Oklahoma, and Columbia, that is a tall drink of water to potentially be going up against later on in the weekend. So yeah, it's
We like water here.
Yes,
Well,
we do.
yeah, we love water.
Drink your water.
But drink more water. Anyways, either way, I do really feel like that's kind of the biggest issue here for a lot of these teams is that like it's not going to get easier from here on out. You're not going to just win your first round matchup and then all of a sudden, oh, okay, it's we got in a smooth sailing going forward here. No, the winner of this one most likely plays Ball State, and yes, it's still technically possible that San Diego State could upset them, especially with Wova on the vacation setup. Which did we ever get a speed test from him, Taco? I know you were going back and forth with Wova.
I was messaging him. I was trying to see if I could grab one, but I've not been confirmed yet. If it's anything like most resorts, they're probably like premium Wi-Fi. It's the best you can get, and it's like 20 down. So it's like, I don't know. It's like personal high-speed internet. You could stream maybe 2 shows at once, and I'm like, cool. So I don't know what it's like. I'm hopefully that they got some like crazy gigabit thing down there in I believe Myrtle Beach is where he's residing.
All I know is that last year I was able to do a full show hosting from Mexico on Wi-Fi. So if I can do that, where I have to upload a video feed and being able to, do all that, I think you can play a little bit of Rocket League on like 50 ping.
I was just gonna
you can play on 50 ping.
I don't know if that's the equivalent.
You can run this game. You can run this game on a toaster. It doesn't need a lot of power. You just need a little bit of internet.
Almost qualified with Vesh being in Europe, okay? And he's in Poland, which means he has like 100 ping, all right? So give him a bit of a break, but I believe.
There's one core issue with what you're doing here with this comparison. They didn't qualify with them. So that's not really great encouragement to be like, hey, they almost got it done, but they didn't.
Bass, shut up.
Okay, you know what? Fine, it's good. We don't have to keep talking about this. We can keep moving on because we've got predictions here. Not only for us, but for those of you at home. Head on into chat if you guys want to try and win some channel points here. Herc, I know you said your predictions haven't been going all too great for you lately. That's why you're kicking us off here today. Who you got?
Oh, fun. I'm so tempted. I'm going to throw 60,000 channel points on St. Edwards right now.
There we go.
For the memes. I think Texas pulls through. Again, it goes back to that whole like best of the West, East, who had the tougher bracket to kind of get into here. I'm sticking with Texas one last time. You guys can only disappoint me one more time. So please don't. We got much more weekend to go.
All right, we got one for St. Edwards here, locked in and ready to go. Taco, you joining Herc on the Texas train, considering, you are a Texan now. I feel like you're kind of obligated to.
I live in Texas for the past year. I'm not a true Texan because I'm going against them. I'm going for Davenport. I do believe that 14-4, or rather, the 14-1 record that people mass up in East is incredibly impressive because you're going against East teams. And so any team that's at the top of East is playing really well. St. Edwards, on the other hand, I think they are still a talented team, but I do feel like it is so incredibly important that Dino gets demos. If I don't hear the explosion in my ears at least 3 or 4 times a game, I do feel like they struggle a little bit to maintain that same pressure, whereas Davenport, they look more natural. I don't think they're at their peak, but frankly, I don't think they'll even need it. I actually agree with the scoreline that Brock gave out. I think it's a 3-1.
3-1. Seb, you agree?
I agree. And I'll tell you why. It's actually for the same reason. It's that, I literally was in the pregame lobby right now, and the first thing that Cam said was that, hey, Wellis, I no longer am playing with 2 plumbers on my team, which is apparently what Brock wanted to say. But I think it's kind of true. Like the fact is that when Cam was on Columbia, he would get tilted really easily because I think he was brunting a lot of the weight on his shoulders to just have so much production in his hands. Now he kind of doesn't need to. He still is, obviously, because he's Cam, but he doesn't need to take on all that weight. So yes, Dino can demo as much as he want. I don't think it's going to tilt Cam in the way that it might have in the past. I think that's going to really kind of be the X factor here for Davenport.
All right, we've got 2 for Davenport, 1 for St. Edwards. It's only natural that I split the desk and take St. Edwards here as well. I don't actually think in my bracket prediction I had St. Edwards winning this one, but we also mentioned that it was basically a coin flip. Like, it really does come down to either one of these teams showing up on the day, and I will say this much as I do want to see Davenport win this one because I think that they are capable, I don't know, man. Something about Wellis seemed confident in that interview, and the team really wanting to try and outdo what they did last year has convinced me. I'm going to support the local boy here in Wellis and St. Edwards, but again, it's not surprising to see the desk going here 50-50. Chat, how did you guys go? We got 69% going for St. Edwards, 31 to Davenport, and nice. I'm gonna be real, Taka, that seems a bit unexpected. I would not imagine St. Edwards come in the favorites.
People love Wellis. He's a man of the people. I really do feel like people really are a fan of that man. Also, just because, I mean, his first real, I would say, claim to fame in a way was being the hotspot hero. Just comes in as a sub, wins an RLCS caliber game, playing on like 100 ping off his phone's Wi-Fi. So stuff like that is really impressive. But of course, ever since then, he's just been solid, really good. And also, a fun aspect of this is that Wellis and Cam used to team together for a lot of RLCS quals. They did really well in that one. So they're going against each other. You're going to see a lot of trash talk, but at the end of the day, they also know there's a lot of love and a lot of respect across the two sides of the field.
I mean, they respect each other. They also seem to hate each other just a little bit, but a little bit of hate is probably the best way to do it here.
It's healthy.
Who is going to come out on top, though? It's our first playoff series of all of playoffs, and I cannot wait to get into it. St. Edwards, Davenport, East versus West. Let's kick off the night and get this one going. Caster, take it away.
The beginning of the Summer Series playoffs. It is no better time to figure out who will be our champion here, and it starts here with the East versus West. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I'm glad, because I also would rather have it no other way, because it has to be East versus West. We've played the whole seasons out. We've seen all the East teams. We've seen all the West teams, but problem is, unfortunately, we have to send some of them home. And it's so tragic that we have so much talent, Seb, and it has to start like this. One of these teams not moving past lower round 1.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we have predicted them so highly in the past, we all want them to do well, but the nature of this bracket means that some might just have to leave early, as Cam will go for the shot early, leaves it to his former teammate Wellis.
So instead, we'll be seeing a lot of midfield control start to be speculated upon by both these teams and take some risks. And that's really, I think, the biggest thing that I'm looking for in game number 1. Really mechanical teams, really fast teams, and even the squads that maybe you don't anticipate building up a lot of momentum. We'll have to see whether or not they're actually going to be going for the jugular. It certainly seems like Davenport's looking for it. Bolty will get that read in the end, and that's our opener.
And I thought that was a really difficult read to make, especially trying to read the waterfall. I thought that, okay, he was definitely not going to read it here, but being able to bounce it off of Drury, Bolty opens the score line up 1-0 for Davenport.
We'll be able to see the continuation, at least of everything, as we will move on through, because the first goal doesn't really dictate much, but the one thing about St. Edwards that we do know is that they're a scrappy team. It was a team that I don't think really we anticipated, as they said, in last summer series, to come in second, and they did not really get the finishing that they would like. And at the end of the season, the way that they're playing, I feel like this is kind of the form you're waiting for them to see, hit their stride a bit later on, kind of like that one from Wellis trying to beat out Cam. If he had a bit more boost, maybe it left the ground a bit earlier, maybe that could have been a demo for the opener. But no, instead, they'll try to continue the attack, but only so much you can do. And Balti's man marking that backboard.
Yeah, in the waiting as well. Looking for a chance, trying to get past his former teammate again, with Wellis being there. It's so interesting to see these two play against each other, because you can tell they have a good read on how they want to rotate and how they challenge. Especially with with Wellis forcing Cam in these awkward spots with low boost. Bolty going for the rebound, but Cam will go back for it.
Not only that, Cam being able to control this one, then go off the ceiling. Dino, what a dunk into the center! And somehow Wellis trusted his teammate just that much for a wide open goal.
St. Edwards taking the aggressiveness to the nth degree, with Wellis being on that goal line almost the entire time. Back to a tie game between these two.
And that's quite the unexpected goal. It's one of those plays that you know you're going to get challenged on, you know that you have the pinch, but the last thing you expect is not only for it to go directly on target, but for someone to immediately follow it. If any other kind of late challenge came in, that's probably going to be a save. So, well struck back. Speaking of, Brock to the back post and called pixels off. That very well could have been the lead right back to Davenport.
I was a little bit worried because no one was challenging, and I thought, okay, maybe this is just an awkward position for everyone there, but He was able to go off the post, and I think that puts St. Edwards a little bit more on their toes. So Brock will get the clear back. Drury taking possession. Brock going for the early challenge. Gets a good 50. Bolte being able to knock it off the back wall, but Wellis keeps it off angle. Wellis chasing Cam down. Cam looking for the solo. Puts it underneath. Maybe another, but he doesn't have the boost. No rebound coming through as St. Edwards able to stay alive.
Good communication from Davenport a couple times now. We've had a player cut across the field, not just to be able to interrupt the play, but just specifically to make St. Edwards think, oh, you're going to dribble that one out slowly? Well, I'm going to make sure that you actually get rid of it quicker than you need to. And if you have a lot of boost, I want you to throw it downfield, kind of like that one from Wellis. Doesn't work out, but that's fine because Drew steals it right back. Dino, quick shot, well over the bar. Follow through from Wellis. Will be able to be controlled briefly, but Bolte demo underneath means it's just going to be suspended instead. And now back to the blue corner.
Great. All this can be dangerous, but Wellis will knock it up high. Cam rocking the CRL Fall 2022 champion tag. The only one in the server with that being the big black spot on Northwood's otherwise perfect record within CRL. And though this one could be disastrous, but what a great 50 from Wellis for the save.
Also, just the determination to stick with some of these plays. It's so unlikely that any of these players in the field are going to fully miss a clear or a save attempt by their goal, but something that you always have to be aware of. Kind of like Wellis, even with zero boost, he just wants Bolte to think twice about that touch. He will therefore take the easy option, take it to Cam, who then does the hard one, the air dribble met by Dino. Bolte with a catch, trying to flick it back to Cam. He's lingering in the corner, back pass to Brock, but he is all the way back. Wellis able to chase that one down just enough.
Davenport pretty well at just having this offense extension of possession, really holding things down and not giving St. Edwards too many opportunities. Drury trying to take an advanced position, but Cam just going to go for the clang clear. We approach the last minute of game one.
Damn, difficult read, but we'll go for the individual catch. Dino going to be well met, and that's really going to be the biggest strategy, I feel like, for both these squads, is making sure you respect some of these reads, but also don't really allow it to mount too much. Kind of difficult, though, because despite a decent amount of shots for St. Edwards, a lot of this pressure on the high percentage chances has been going Davenport's ways. Brock trying to set up another one, but he has no boost. Gonna leave it to Bolte, who then also will just go for the bump. Drewy with the interference, still gets to the sideline, but again, St. Edwards needs to get this up the field with 30 seconds remaining. Looks like Davenport will let them do just that.
They'll finally have a chance, and St. Edwards finally able to get out of this boost starvation period that they were stuck in thanks to Davenport. Dino, this could be disastrous if he can get a second touch. Brock having to dive back to get some sort of saving grace of a touch. This is going to be a little bit awkward as Cam will keep it out of Wellis' hands. Brock with possession. Cam in the waiting. Going to play the midfield. Pre-jumping for it, but Brock will take it instead. Last 10 seconds of this game with it. The last possession until potentially an overtime. St. Edwards still taking it. The last 5 seconds. Dino will score for the lead.
What a pass here from Wellis as well, being able to dish this one across on the pre-flip, and what makes it is the fact that Dino is ready for any deflection, but Davenport is not. Two players right on top of each other. They can't react in time, and that's all you need sometimes. It's a quick follow-through to get a lead and potentially a win. Drewy into the corner for Dino. He's just going to go for the spike. Brock, though, is not going to let that one die so quickly. Cam with a lot of boost, taps that above Wellis. Brock going up for this one. He beats out another defender. Dino left alone. Bolte does having a lot of options. Cam with the chip. It's going down the near post. Deflected. Brock at 0 seconds. Davenport never say die.
Taking it all the way coast to coast on the pitch with just a few seconds remaining. The determination of Davenport not wanting to fall, forcing this overtime.
Chat, would we lie to you when we said we'd start the day off with a banger series? Look at this for game one. Now, let's see how far we get into OT. Brock says we're not going too much further. That's a nice pass, no immediate follow through.
Again, there's so much of this being on the habits of both these teams. They're very familiar with each other, having played with each other at different points. All of them, the knowledge is there. Wellis knocks it to the corner. Brock taking solo possession, double commit, but Wellis will leave it for Drewy. We go back to the orange half.
Decent enough 50 there. Bolte will try to catch up to this one. He just actually gets the boost right immediately as it spawns. What a pass down to Cam. That was a laser. Same with the shot, but that's why Wellis was pretty much waiting for that option as it started to transpire. Brock from the backboard, pass down to Cam. Good 50. Another one looking for it for Dino, and they'll try to circumvent that by sending it to the sidewall instead.
Bolte off the back wall, but Davenport their foot off the gas a little bit as they head backwards. Back to the orange half. Drury trying to get a decent passing read. Bolte putting in the corner, and Davenport, I don't know if this is where you want to take your foot off right now, especially with St. Edwards. They've gotten better as the game has gone on. Cam knocks it downfield, gives the possession away.
Now Cam trying to ring it around.
never
That's
mind.
past Dino. Cam has nothing left, so Brock is going to have to clean this one up. Bolte waiting in the wings. Drewy going to flick that one straight up past Bolte. It is a precarious situation, but it's one that works pretty well, especially if Drewy can get the fake out. He has got a flip. Nothing doing on that one, so looks like Brock will be able to handle this one. Another counterattack. Is this looking like some heroics still in the bag? 50 is all that can be mustered, though. St. Edwards and Davenport. You can see the respect by delaying some of these challenges, but just the anxiety as well as it continues to trickle down.
St. Edwards still dealing with the gaps in this back wall right now. Bolte taking advantage, giving it to Cam for the win.
And this is going to be a heartbreaker for St. Edwards fans. Much so our desk as well, saying that last second goal seemed to secure it, but a 0 second and then just mounting pressure means Davenport, too much to handle.
What a game. Well earned between these two teams. I mean, they both fought tooth and nail to the very last second to make that game work. If this is any indication of how the rest of this series is going to go, I am incredibly excited.
Yeah, and being able to witness these teams really lock in like that and be able to provide such a ridiculously close game number one, I think is very telling for how this is going to go, particularly just how much is required. Wellis, how about 5 saves, 800 points for his team, and yet it's just not enough. 5 shots across from Davenport, pretty much almost identical scores across them, so clearly a team effort through and through.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and even then, you could see just the adaptations that both teams were trying to make. Davenport was clearly trying to take a bit more of a passive approach. Just let St. Edwards go in transition, throw it away, and then go right back into the offense with as much boost arming as possible, as we see Wellis on our screen here. Definitely wanting the win over all of these Davenport guys. This is a rivalry between these two, mainly just because they are such representatives of their individual conferences. With East versus West, Brock, look at those pearly whites there. Look at that smile. Ah, good boy.
And they're all excited, and there's no reason not to be. That's a game that can really carry you forward, but also the value of being in a competitive atmosphere and having those kind of experienced leaders in the collegiate space, or just competitive and otherwise, is also understanding, yeah, let's get hype. Let's, be able to do those air fist bumps since they're all playing virtually. And then say, okay, Game 2, though, completely different thing. St. Edwards, they see what we can offer, and now that we know their speed and kind of tap into it, are we able to extend things, or it's just back to kind of a new neutral, especially if Wellis gets a chance to cook. Bolte not allowing that one, bothering Wellis even after the flick comes in.
I know, playing it pretty passive right now, trying to get a pre-jump challenge on Cam, and he does, especially considering how close he was playing to that goal line. He had his eye on Cam the entire time. Brock taking possession. Can't get around Wellis. Again, the pivotal player here for St. Edwards will be Wellis. We know that the rest of, Drewy kind of being that stat leader throughout the course of league play, but Wellis has clearly come to play.
Now I just got to wonder whether or not St. Edwards is going to be able to do the same. One thing I mentioned in the pre-show is specifically I want to see more involvement from Dino. He is a player that gets some kind of a flack at times for the offensive production of Drewy and Wellis, but he doesn't need to be the attacking star. Really often you do see kind of that value in a deeper third man, more passive, and in his case, more aggressive with the demos, or maybe just the 50s. Bolte had to think twice about going out to the near post because that nearly went on through. Cam with a rescue, and not only that, but a pinch back to mid to neutralize things.
Yeah, remember that did happen in Game 1, where it's just these weren't challenges from St. Edwards that turns out to be a good offensive production for them. It's just, having the confidence, and I think they've shown that. We saw Wellis be the last man standing in a double demo situation, but still go for that offensive 50 because he knows that he can react off of it. So that looks like a great redirect. Dino will be able to get the save, keep St. Edwards alive.
Good combination play as well, even if it's not on target or necessarily something that is going to be impossible to save. They're still there for him, kind of like this one. How about a pre-jump from Cam? Just barely going to miss that. It looks like a ghost touch even on that double.
I can't get away with that twice in a row. That did also happen in Game 1, but that was Bolte with the read, if I remember correctly. So Drewy will take it. That will be a challenge. Sends it to the blue half. Still a scoreless affair between these two. That is maybe a redirect for Cam, but Dino will get the read on it. Pass over to Drewy. Drewy having the open nets. That will be the opener here for St. Edwards.
Well, such a high IQ player there. Going for boost steal, nothing there. That's fine. He knows Brock just spawned in next to him. How about a back pass instead? Don't wait for Dino to get up for it. Don't go for the bump on a low percentage play. Just make sure you can set it into the only player in space that has a clear shot on net. And really do like that from St. Edwards this time, especially now that they have their first lead. Maybe they can extend it. Cam saw the danger immediately. He's not going to give that one for free to Drewy.
Yeah, letting his teammates take control. Brock sends it to the side, straight to Bolty with a perfect placement. Davenport fight right back.
Some people wonder how to get power on your flip resets. How about direction? Being able to get that one forward and then just pass it a little bit to the side. Not too hard, not too soft. It's directly on top of Bolty's path, and he's able to smack that one top shelf. So talk about an immediate response. I thought Drewy was going to have another chance at it, but instead it gets turned right around. The counterattack so lethal from both sides. How about another kickoff goal? Brock, that's an open shot. He's going to opt for the lob instead. Dino has it all covered.
I know, good read. Leaves it for Wellis. Cam trying to match Wellis, but he'll be going off the side wall. As St. Edwards, the last Texas teams, great pass over to Bolty. What a play from Davenport in transition. Beautiful.
How often is it just the 1-2-1 back to Cam and into Bolty yet again? You can see the confusion. Wells knows he has to cover that, but as he flips, he almost knows that the job is done. Cam could have probably shot that and had a good effort, but just the strike on back to Bolty, know that the goose is cooked for St. Edwards, but these guys are the GOATs for a reason in their logo. They have to make sure they stay competitive. They got to make sure they utilize Wellis just like he uses the backboard.
Every single member of these two teams finding a way to get their personality in the server, popping off when they need to. What an angle from Wellis.
And again, this is exactly why you don't allow these players to shoot and you don't give them space. You're thinking, well, how about the angles? I mean, surely that's not going to be too lethal. Look, you give an open shot to Wells, and most likely it's going in. Drewy, how about your repeat? He's not going to get this one. Wells thought he had the follow, but will bail out instead. Partial 50, but very much so a missed opportunity. How about Cam into the backboard? Brock with a putback, and good meet by Dino with Drewy trying to be able to slow things down. Davenport not leaving the half easy.
Now, past halftime, a bit more of a scoring affair between these two as they both get settled into the pace of this series. Dino challenging. Drewy going to go for the rotate back. Cam going to take it upon himself. Wellis over. Brock puts it downfield. Drewy sends it back. Now we're just going back and forth, trying to read the momentum of the game between these two.
And it was just kind of one of those classic ping pong situations where both teams, they're manipulating the boost well. They're able to get the rotations down. And now they need to be able to change it up. Kind of like this one. Goes slow to Wells. He goes faster on the corner. Easily read. How about Bolty? Is it your chance to shine with a double? Crazy angle. He's not going to get it. Wells doesn't care. Just full sends the clear. And now with a demo, that's wide open. Wells, what can you do? He's trying to dish it. Drewy is there. And that is the penalty for pushing up a bit too much.
That is the reward for Wellis for being as aggressive as possible, for not wanting to give up and take it straight to Davenport.
It's just so tragic to witness because you know that Davenport didn't even feel like they pressed up that much. Okay, we have a double and then we send one, but what's the worst that can happen? Wells immediately sniffed out that there's only one player remaining, but to be able to not only get that touch, but then bait in the recovering defender to get the assist. I mean, that's just a masterpiece from him, and that's why, yet again, he is on the top of his team's scoreboard.
Well, it might not be done yet. This one's going off the back wall, but Bolty will be there for the read. 45 seconds remaining. Both these teams have shown their best. Cam trying to bring out the individual excess from himself. That was St. Edwards getting a good read and finding great ways to mitigate that, unless I just cast a cursor right now. Okay, no, I didn't.
A lot of whiffs actually coming in as they're playing for the 50s, it looked like Davenport. And you can't always be playing for that when you have to play the ball at a certain point. Bolty will certainly try. Cam, very late challenge on this one. I think that's where you start to see the desperation. However, makes up with it with a demo. Brock over the top. He can do it all himself.
Are we going to see another overtime, Taco?
I don't know, bro, but why would you even say that with 17 seconds?
I don't know.
We did see game one where there was a last-second moment from Davenport. This one, not nearly as clutch, I would say, but still very much something that brings us level. And St. Edwards, we know what they can do off a kickoff. We've already seen it before.
Now, the last few seconds remaining. Will someone be able to take it out in the nick of time? The last possession here will be coming through for St. Edward's. Drury tries to make it a position that they can work with. Wellis looking to keep it in play. Drury going high, going to keep it in the orange half. That will be knocked up. Dino puts a shot on, but it'll be just wide. Bolte, as the bump will come through, we're going to see our overtime.
And it's a tough one again. St. Edwards has a lead late. They lose it late. Is that enough for the mental to get a bit more out of space? That's a shot over the top, just a bit wide. Cam is going to play the miss, and we don't even get an entertaining overtime. A kickoff is all Davenport needs.
Davenport by the slimmest of margins, both in overtime, both taking advantage. Davenport will take the 2-0 here. But this is so incredibly close. I can easily see St. Edwards making this run back.
I desperately need people to understand, even though this is on match point for Davenport, an elimination match to knock out last year's Summer Series runner-up, it could really be so different. Even the 3 shots from St. Edwards, it's 100% conversion on them. So clearly they're lethal when they get it around. But I've been saying in game 1, Davenport needs to make sure they're watching their midfield to make sure they're policing it. And outside of a singular counter, they've been doing that pretty well. It's just the fact that St. Edwards seems like on that goal line, they're still experiencing a lot of difficulties making sure they stop these repeated efforts.
I mean, honestly, though, it's incredible because, yes, okay, I get it. You know, St. Edwards defensively, they're not playing the best. I think Dino is finding himself in these really awkward spots, but I think it's also hand in hand with how aggressive they're playing their offense. It really is working out for them in a lot of instances. We saw that with Wellis playing that first man super aggressive, but that because he was playing that aggressive, he created the opening for, I believe, Drury to come in as the second man to be able to score off it, but it's double-edged sword. You got to be careful because with how Dino is playing right now, you're putting him in these awkward spots where he's put in these 1v2s or 2v2 positions where he's the second man and he's not sure how he can cope right now because of his awkward positioning. Regardless, it's still 1-goal games going to overtime both times. We'll see how it goes in game 3.
I gotta say, even though we are still seeing solo play, a vast majority of all these touches, I will say from both sides, and why it is so, I would say, open-ended in terms of how these games are gonna go. Team-based touches. Every touch has a purpose. Oftentimes, if there's not an immediate obvious touch, it is a lob directly forward for a teammate to deal with, and I really do love that because it keeps the defense guessing, and obviously everybody in the crowd. I predicted a 3-1. I'm not necessarily wishing for Davenport to lose. I really just want it to be a closer series in total. I want more games because I know these teams have more to show us.
Yeah, and again, this is one of those score lines right now that you look at it as this one is very dangerous. Wellis, he's going to put it up high. I would have loved if he just clanged it in because the bump had come on through. It's still dangerous. Bolte able to knock it away. Davenport hanging on by a thread.
But a clever touch from Brock is going to rescue that play. That little jump right before it lands on his hood, able to extend that play out. And now he can show what he can do on offense. How about the ceiling? Dino saw the danger. Drury will be able to catch and carry. Already off the ceiling goes Davenport. Bolte's going to miss, but that means Drury ran out options. It's the giveaway to Cam. That is not the player you want on the ball. Nice challenge to immediately shut that down.
Yeah, I don't know how I like that ground pinch. Normally, it's a decent, idea if you're on the offensive end, but when you're putting in the defensive area, all you're doing is just giving a potential solo play over to a team like Davenport, who has so much solo excellence on their bench. Now, Wellis carrying it, trying to get a decent clear. Brock keeping it in play. Bolte, decent amount of boost, will challenge Drew to the ball, but Wellis will go up high. Whiff will come through, which gives potentially to St. Edwards, but they need to get their hits first.
The amount of times I am watching this Davenport team completely turn around in rotation and just chase the ball. Even if they don't have the read on it, even if they don't have a boost steal, they're close enough just to make St. Edwards think about it on defense. Because most defenses have that, I would say, a full second, maybe second and a half to really congregate, think about things, find a way out. But Davenport, they really want to make sure St. Edwards knows they never have a free moment on the ball. Even on these beats, it's not going anywhere. Wells too far behind, and Dino, they're still recovering, getting pads.
I mean, just it goes to show just how quick this team is, especially in that midfield. I mean, they're so efficient with their boost starving right now. They're getting every single pad possible. They're preventing any chance from the likes of St. Edwards to collect pads. Even Drury getting that midfield one, that was an anomaly just because it was just awkward positioning. But because of it, they're allowed to get their chance in the offense. That one almost finds its mark, but Cam will get the save.
Bolte, actually a lot more space as Dino. I think he was trying to play the more passive route. Decided to bite in on a precarious situation. It doesn't really matter as long as you're keeping that goal line clear, but for how much longer? Bolte going for a bump, maybe a pass, either way. It's making St. Edwards nervous. Another double commit, Wells take the boost, and Dino takes the ball, if only for so long.
I'm seeing more of this though from Wellis and that these double commits because he feels like he needs to be the hero on the defensive end. This is so awkward, and Cam will take advantage. The defense just collapsed here for St. Edwards. Davenport take the lead.
Technically a double, but it's just as lethal, even if it's not off the backboard. Drewy coming from that backboard. Wells kind of trapped on the ground, and that's exactly where you need to put it, as low as humanly possible, because it's the hardest save in the game to fall from the backboard and hit something that's just scraping by the tiles on the floor. Bolty off the kickoff, easy as you like.
Now we're starting to see Davenport walk away with this, I think, easier than they have in the past. Maybe they have found their form. Maybe St. Edwards just haven't been able to bring it back in time. We still have half a game remaining. The way that this series has gone, we could put some channel points on that this could go to overtime, but that is all in St. Edwards' hands now.
And this is also the unfamiliar situation where we were saying, well, game 1 and 2, very much in St. Edwards' hands, and they let it slip out. Now, they have not even been able to get a grasp onto this match. It's really just been one-way traffic, despite the low shot count. It's been high percentage for the most part from Davenport, and I have to agree with you on those last couple shots where Wells sometimes has a shot, opts for a backboard read. Oh, there's a pass attempt. Well, now we're just gonna kind of throw that middle and hope that there's someone there instead of trying to actually construct something, or at the very least just place it from 50s. It looked like that's what Wells was doing in the last one, but now it's not going in. You can't say the same about Davenport. That is frictionless.
No, this team play is just going all the way to 11 right now. Cam, flip reset pass over to Brock. Drew just can't get the read, and he was just going backwards. Davenport, the cook is coming. It is very much in their favor. They're absolutely running away with this. And I was just going to say, in regards to Wells and these offensive plays, it almost feels like some of the complaints we had about OG, where it's like there is this symptom of overcomplicating these shots when you really don't need to, especially in CRL, where you can simplify things a little bit and not overcomplicate it. But in this case, St. Edwards, that might be their downfall.
And the worst part is that from St. Edwards, this isn't even necessarily bad Rocket League. It's just them getting smothered and not having a response to it. You can see the fluidity of how quickly these movements are going, and also just how automatic they are. Force got a double commit. The only reason Brock does not have another.
Drewy needed a miracle save to get on that, but I mean, count the time in which there was a challenge. Wellis pre-jump on the ceiling, but can't get a pass off. That will give away possession. Back to Brock. Drewy in the waiting. Going to knock this off the crossbar. Dangerously close. I think closer than he wanted. You approach the last few seconds of this game. St. Edwards, they need to find their chance now.
Brock able to just burn time, and that's really all that Davenport needs to focus on. They have done the work on offense. Now it's up to St. Edwards to find something, and you sometimes have to go out of the box. Look at Wellis perched up on the backboard.
I mean, Wellis was here for about a year just waiting his time. By the time Drewy came, he was already an old man, but it worked out in his favor. He waited for his opportunity. Now with 30 seconds left, you need 2 goals.
Led at the end of the tunnel. Kickoff would help, and that's not a bad one from Drewy. Gets past one. Dino in support. The pass goes down to him. Bolty, he knew that was the main option. Not only that, but that is a flawless read as well. That's gotta sting.
You know, it's a shame because considering how entertaining this series has been, I mean, those game 1s and 2s were incredibly fun to watch on both ends of the pitch, and it is a bit sad to see just a collapse of this for St. Edwards.
It would say it is a collapse, but that's an understandable goal. You have to go full send, and honestly, that's just a well-played designed defense from Bolty. He knows that pass is coming across. He doesn't have the momentum to get it on target, so let's just play for the pass. Pass comes in, perfectly read, and bang, going right on down. Cam dropping the no problem in the chat. I don't know if it was that easy, but the series scoreline certainly lends itself to that interpretation. 3-0 sweep by Davenport, showing that they are not to be messed with in this lower bracket.
No, this is a bracket that has Davenport in it. One of the favorites that, you know, when we saw this roster be made, as everyone's just going to keep it up, Drewy out of the server. When we saw this roster get made, we knew that there was high potential for this team. It was too good not to, as I remember saying. But now that they are firmly in it, St. Edwards, unfortunately, take an early exit. Davenport will go on to the next round.
And this is a difficult one, of course, as we have mentioned, for those of you just joining. If you're looking for more St. Edwards, then you have a couple months of waiting, unfortunately, to do, mainly because this is a lower bracket. Everyone underneath those top 2 seeds for East and West is playing down here. So it's cutthroat, and this is exactly why you have to come in sharp. And I feel like Davenport, they just had the strats, and they executed down the stretch.
And I'm hoping to everyone in chat, you took all the channel points from the Herc charity fund here, as unfortunately for Herc, she did lose 60,000 points. But it is you know, that's just kind of how it goes when you put your channel points on Texas. So that being said, huge shout outs to, of course, Davenport Cam beating his former teammate. St. Edwards, man, it does make me sad. You know, it does, because I feel like this is a team that's been good for a decent while now. Just haven't been able to put together in these bracket style. I don't think they've won a single game in this style of bracket yet, because last fall when we had the style of bracket, they went 0-2, if I remember correctly, construction noises, and then in this style of bracket they went 0-1 and unfortunately are eliminated because it's losers. So let's bring in the desk now to get their opinions on what was, for game 1 and 2, incredibly fun. Game 3 is, you know,
Game 3 was a thing.
Was a
that
thing.
series was a thing at best there. I was not thrilled with what we witnessed. Herc, I know you were basically pulling your hair out like the entire time.
That wasn't even a series. Run it back.
Yeah,
run it back.
Run it back.
The Uno, a reverse card, just slap down.
Unfortunate thing, they're not running it back. As you guys mentioned, that is now the final time we will be seeing St. Edwards throughout this entire event. Lower bracket run from them is no longer a possibility, but Davenport get the chance now. Seb, I mean, you said it. They had high aspirations. They really do want to try to go the distance here, and after a performance like that, I wouldn't be surprised to see them actually be able to go pretty far into this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, one, RIP Texas, you know, the fall off will be studied for years to come. But for Davenport, we talked about it. They were one of the teams that we looked at and were like, this is a team that now Cam has that supporting roster. Where will the peak be? And I think every single stage of this bracket is going to be another test for them. Whether they go off against Ball State or whoever will be winning the upper round between Ball State and San Diego, the winner of that, I think that's an even better test for them. Of course, the upper bracket final in terms of who will be dropping down from that, that'll be an even bigger test for them. They have the potential to make an incredibly great run here. And I think for Cam, this is a potentially legacy-defining run.
I would agree with you on that one. Cam, one of the only players from the West to actually have a national championship underneath his belt, but I don't know if he's ever won a summer series event quite yet. He's got the chance to here, but he's not done yet, and we also got to find out who's going to join him in the second round of the lower bracket as well. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we return, even more action here on the CCA channel as we continue through with the summer series playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let NelnetBank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
My feet gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need your. I didn't know I was a casualty, but when you're gone, can't find no remedy. I need your therapy, therapy, therapy. I need your therapy, therapy, therapy. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need your. I need your.
I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. But none of this seems right. What am I holding on to? None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If it could be a black or white, but way too sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. None of this seems right. What am I holding None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If it could be a black or white, but way too sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. None of this seems right. What am I holding on
We're back.
We are back once again with even more action here for the CCA Summer Series playoffs, sponsored by NelnetBank. Once again, my name is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by Taco, Herc, and Seb. And guys, we have wrapped up our first match of the night, and it was, look, I'm just going to put this plain and simple. Seb, it was underwhelming. Like, straight up.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking about?
Yeah, okay, game 3 sucked, but game 1 and 2 were awesome.
It was still a sweep, brother.
Seb hates Game 5.
Bro,
Seb has places to be. Wants all sweeps on broadcast.
Listen, I know we have the command that says we don't stream blowouts. That wasn't a blowout, okay? That was
Taco, you were also in that match. I'm going to cut him off here. What did you think about that one?
I think games 1 and 2 were like all timers, exactly went out of playoffs, and game 3 was like, all right, let's wrap it up.
I agree.
Because unfortunately, that's how it went. It's like the thing I said at the end of game 2 was like, hey, don't get it twisted. This is a close series. Then Davenport just figured it out. It's like a lot of top teams do this where they will play pretty well, they get their wins, and then they'll just say, okay, let's just try to really crush them down here. Let's try to really capitalize. And the other team, they'll try something new. It doesn't work, and then they just don't have the capacity to fix that one. It really felt like St. Edwards was just a bit more lost than they even anticipated. You can see the panic start to set in, especially once that second goal starts rolling in. You're thinking, oh, that has never happened. It's normally been a one-goal game. It's kind of been back and forth. So hats off to Davenport. They played a phenomenal series. And I can't necessarily say St. Edwards even playing poorly. It's just that they were forced into a situation in which they had improvised. And unfortunately, that's just a test they did not pass.
That doesn't make an underwhelming series.
all I'm
best
saying.
entertaining 3-0 we've ever seen, Seb. How about
Yeah,
that?
how about best 3-0 we've ever seen? It was
Great,
still a
that's fine.
3-0. And unfortunately, I'm not going to say the odds are against us getting another one. We've got a second matchup of the night here. It is going to be Akron versus Oregon. And yeah, I'd like to sugarcoat this one. I'd like to be a bit more friendly about this one. But Seb, I saw you put your head in your head in your hands, man. You can try tonight. I think you know the stakes coming into this.
I mean, okay, I'll give the absolute best of credit to Oregon here, and that they're playing an Akron that I think has struggled a little bit to find a bit more of their identity. Yes, they're 12-3, and they have some incredible wins under their belt, but I don't think they're the Akron we were kind of expecting the moment that 5-Up was added to this roster. We're expecting, a really good 5-Up coming into this, and he's doing his job, and maybe that's really the only opening I can give here for Oregon. But let's face it, like Bullseye and Patty, they've played these Oregon players time and time again. They're familiar with each other, and I think Akron, they're the favorite. They're one of the top expected East teams to really come out in this summer series with this new roster change. That's all I could really give Oregon. I'm sorry, boys. That's yeah.
Well, I mean, we can at least give them one thing here, Herc, is that not only is this probably one of the first appearances we've seen from Oregon in this format making it into playoffs, but it's also the first appearance of Wenzen on this team. They have a new player, and it's been a new player that has made a significant difference for them. They are seemingly stronger within the West. We're able to outdo a multitude of teams that I don't necessarily think people thought they would outdo. How do you feel that Wenzen addition has sort of melded this team, Herc? Has it made them enough better to where you think they're going to stand up to Akron today?
I feel like it's really hard to bring anybody in and go up against Akron unless you're bringing in a player respectively that matches 5-Up, and that is a very difficult thing to do. I mean, the pressure for him to live up to what 5-Up's have been doing outside of CRL is a lot. I mean, you're talking about a player that played on Moist. He got to touch the pro scene and experience it, and that's something that even on a bad Akron day, having that experience, that tiny level of experience that can be brought to a team kind of just sets you above the rest. So it's not that Oregon bringing in that move was a bad thing necessarily. It's just that in comparison, Akron still looks a bit better.
I mean, this is kind of what we talked about the other day on the show as well, at Champ League Show, if you guys would like to learn more about all of the takes we have outside of just the broadcast here. But one of the biggest things that I think we talked about, Taco, is that this is not just 5-Up coming into this one and being an individually talented player. He might have the highest peak individually of any player in this entire league. The only other player to touch a top 4 in RLCS this season was Zanil. And fun fact, Zanil's on the best team in the entire country. So they've got a lot to overcome here, and as good as Wenzen is, I mean, we got to give flowers to 5-Up. He is an unbelievably talented player.
I mean, it comes in with Akron. We talk about how good their recruiting is, like arguably the best out of any program that I've seen in terms of just continuously bringing in not only a good enough team to get one team in, but the only school to get a second team within the summer series, and also very consistently within CRL when CRL has been really in full flux. So it's an accomplishment within itself, but then to be able to say, all right, well, you're losing Tristan, a player, in my opinion, on the Mount Rushmore of CRL, if you're thinking about the whole history of it, just how significant he has been, and say, man, that's going to be tough to come in and fill those shoes. 5-Up comes in, and they just look great still. They are still like a top team within the East. Yeah, it's not top 2, but, is that even an insult to say 12-3 within the East, among the most competitive it's ever been? So I think 5-Up has definitely been able to fill that shoes. The only difficulty for me, as we take a look at just Patty, he's all alone in the Zips facility, big sad. Yeah, Patrick P. Patterson.
Patty is a man for the org. He is always having his cam on and not caring. He's a great guy. I should love Patty.
Nice little team kitchen on the side. Oh, look at the Akron facility. It's gorgeous. He's getting a laugh in. Honestly, the Akron guys, really, really fun to interview, talk to in general. They have a good vibe at that facility. And honestly, I think that's half the reason why the program is so successful. It's very clear that all the players on that team really do enjoy teaming together.
Fun fact about the Akron facilities here, the computer that Patty is playing on is most likely only his computer. Every single one of the players gets their own PC to be able to play on throughout the year, and only they can play on that PC throughout the year. It is reserved for them, and they can use it anytime. So, yeah, shout out to Akron for not only having one of the strongest recruits individually in the entire country, but just one of the strongest recruiting programs in the entire country. They've been a staple here on the CCA channel and collegiate Rocket League for what feels like forever.
The start.
Yeah, literally, I think since the start of this point. I think them and North Texas are probably the two OGs of OGs. But on the other side of this one, as much as we have talked up a lot about Akron here, we do have to mention this is not an Oregon that is untested. One Zen might be the new addition here, but he has collegiate experience behind him. Imminent has collegiate experience behind him as well, and same with Sieb. So as much as we are saying this is a relatively one-sided affair, it's not as if the experience isn't there. It's more the peaks for these teams. But Seb, what really is the peak for this Oregon team right now?
So, I mean, even going into some of the good matches that they were able to take, I mean, it's not like they had the easiest run here in the first place. But that being said, I mean, they were able to take like a game off of Maryville, who, you know, there's not many teams that did, considering how much Maryville cleaned up with the rest of the West. But they still, I think, proved to be a pretty big thorn in a lot of people's sides when it came to the rest of the West. But honestly, I mean, at the end of the day, they weren't able to get it done against a lot of the Western teams that I think, you know, are arguably above them that we're already seeing in this bracket with like OKC and of course Maryville, SCU, all that. I think Oregon, they're very capable, but they're going up against an Akron who are only getting better as this brand new roster has continued to go on. I think they have the chance, but it really comes down to one end, how he operates in the server. Imminent, I think he realized he needs to clean his room. Just kidding, it's pretty nice. It's, you know, it's clean, you know. But I think that's kind of where we have to see Oregon really ball out is rely on one end to use his individual. What is he doing right now?
I don't think he knows he's like on camera either until like
making the bed. He realized he's on cam. He's like, man, I should really adjust those sheets, you know?
Yeah.
Got to make sure it's all nice and tidy.
By the way, real quick, I want to point out, just in case people know it, and I will be saying it, you know, I know that there is construction stuff in the background, but in case you wanted to see why, is
don't
because
yourself.
I got... Do you think I can't? Okay, fine. What?
You might want to care.
It's a sky. It's the Gardner. Okay, this is the infamous Toronto highway that makes it the worst traffic city in the world. But this is why I'm in a brand new home. So that's, you know.
Yeah,
I've
get him,
been able
geoguessers.
I'm
That's why I said. That's why I said.
I am now an adult with a mortgage. So that's why there's construction happening.
Get ready. Tomorrow, Wick's going to be showing up on your doorstep. That man has been able to geoguess every human being on the planet.
Oh, yeah,
I think he's still around.
You know, but I'm also Jack. So if he shows up to my doorstep, well.
Well, there you go.
You know.
I'm not sure how that works. I'm going to ignore Seb's ridiculousness and say it's time for predictions. We get to decide who's going to be taking this one home. Chat, I think you should be able to also do predictions at home as well. If you want to try and steal more channel points from Hark, she might offer them up for free.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
It's the charity, dude.
I might. I've got almost... Oh, actually, I've lost a lot of channel points. Never mind. Maybe I'm not going to volunteer them. I will volunteer Seb to be the first of our list to go down, though. What are you going to... What are we saying here, man? You said you think Akron. We changing it up? We have Oregon hope?
No. I mean, listen, I think in my bracket, I had Akron going decently far. And I think the reason for that is because we're seeing the skill ceiling continue to be elevated. That being said, a lot of it is on 5-up. And I think they will hit a ceiling at some point. We talked about it where I think they do have a ceiling, and it is kind of based off Patty and Bullseye. Just that those are long-standing players, but they don't have that peak that 5-up does. But if they somehow run into an incredible run of form where they're able to put all of the individual peaks aside, come together as a team, and play really good team-based Rocket League, I think Akron, this could be an incredible run for them. So I'm going with Akron, at least for the first round.
You agree? Disagree? How you feeling?
No, I'm definitely in the same boat. I mean, I said this before when you asked about bringing in both of those new players. I mean, realistically, on paper, it is a tough comparison to get put up against 5-up. In general, I think it was a great move all the way around. I have to go Akron on this one. I would be pleasantly surprised if Oregon was able to, you know, find a way to really disrupt the pretty solid flow state that they can put themselves in. But that is a challenge in and of itself for Oregon to try and, you know, go up against.
Akron have looked almost invulnerable against anybody but the top 3 in the East. Do you think the number 6, or I think it's number 6, maybe 5 or 6 coming out of the West has got this one, Taco?
I would say the big difficulty for Oregon is not only are they playing in the West, but also they have been in over half of their games to Game 5, and only 3 of those have ended in victory. Notably, though, they have gone to Game 5 with Columbia and also Maryville. They're the first team that got even remotely close to Maryville throughout the season, back when Maryville was obviously still competing very intensely for that first spot. So I know they have the capacity, but like all good teams, they need to make sure that they actually ascend, play the best they've ever played. And I think they can do that, but I still just don't think it's enough to beat Akron out. They've looked so clean, and I think this should be pretty routine for Akron going into this one.
Well, I know he's watching here. He might be participating in this matchup, but I have a feeling that he's already clipped one thing from this channel this week. He did it yesterday, and he's going to probably clip this again because I'm also going for Akron. So, Siebes, if you are watching this one and you're taking a screenshot as we've somewhat jinxed the desk, look, brother, I'd love to see you prove me wrong. I loved Oregon as a school. I almost went there for college. I have family members that went there. I love the state. I love the players. I love everything about y'all, except for I don't think you're going to win this one. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Show the West has got some capabilities, because I think that pretty much everybody's going to be voting against you for this one. Let's see if Chad agrees that this is going to Akron. Absolutely, but about the same ratio as last time, 66% to 34. Herc, you really did sway it last time with 60k channel points.
I don't know. I only had 500 left, and I still put it on Akron. Whoever's making that still happen, that's not me this time. So.
I will say, it is 131. It's 131 to just about 70k, and I put 50k. So technically, it's about 55-45
so this
right now.
one's you.
If not for me, yeah. So that's on me a little bit.
Well, we're about
trying to put my money
out.
where my mouth is.
Well, money where your mouth is, but also maybe chat maybe getting a little bit of moolah as well. They would love to just kind of farm it off of the analysts here today. We've all got stockpiles, and if we have another analyst fail, well, they're taking some home. Who is walking away, though, here, and who is going home? Akron looking for a deep bracket run. Oregon just trying to stamp their name in playoffs. Let's get into it. Our second match of the night.
And of course, it's going to be the Ducks of Oregon against the Zips of Akron. And honestly, this is going to be, it feels almost like a David and Goliath matchup. That's how we're building it up, Herc. But whether or not that's actually going to transpire, it really just has to come down to who's feeling it. We've seen chokes before, but we've also seen peaks from the underdogs that everyone wrote off. And my goodness, if they looked at the desk just for that last 3 minutes, then I have to think Oregon's going to feel pretty fired up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're Oregon, you have to come into this one realistically just hyping yourself up. There's not going to be many people rallying behind you because, again, on paper, Akron it is the favored team in this matchup. So, yes, Oregon versus Akron is definitely valid to be saying David versus Goliath kind of situation here. However, the difference, Oregon really does have the opportunity to do something. Again, it just all completely falls on themselves trying to find a way to stop the fluidity that Akron has a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that they're all mechanical, and they love to flex that one, particularly Patty and Bullseye. They're a great combo, and honestly, with 5-up, the concern of mine was saying, okay, well, how do you work them in the rotation? Honestly, 5-up, I think he's just saying, hey, play how you want, and then I'll just flex around you, and Bullseye will as well. A little bit of double commit on offense, I would say, from Akron, but not going to harm him, because for one set, he's still trying to struggle to get up.
That was an odd recovery whole situation going on down there, and it also made it feel very, very slow, which is something I'm really paying attention to as far as Oregon is going. I want to see the pace at which they're matching Akron in this one, because again, like you and all of us know, they have the capability to be very quick with everything, including their opening pass and play to get themselves onto the board first. It's Bullseye off the backboard, quick run up there from Patty, and again, just solid, clear, clean placements on this one. Oregon nowhere to be found to defend, and well, Akron first to go.
And it's going to be a very clean finish off the backboard, but I want to pay a homage, really, to 5-up being able to say, hey, I'm going to play that off-ball touch, because Imminent gets that first save, and then right as Siebes is about to go up that back wall, 5-up comes in, knocks him into the back of his own goal with 2 players, no boost. No one's going to be able to rescue that one. Siebes with an answer back. How about a reset? 90 degrees, it seems like, getting inverted to the back post.
This is what I want to see from this team, and I'm glad we're getting it, too, because once you're scored on it, the next question that everybody everybody has is how quickly can you respond and get yourselves back into the swing of things, because that's a huge lift in the side of mentality headed into this game. So keeping it close, tied, 3:36 on the clock here. That's a great sign of life from Oregon. They're going to try and do it again, though. This touch turns it dead ball. Patty's going to try and follow it, and there's one Zen. This 150's back, though. You see 2 on it, but there it is. Those quick challenges I was talking about that Akron's most likely going to be handing out to Oregon a lot of the time. You got to be ready for it.
Gotta be ready to shut down 5-Up. You do not want to allow him to get that first reset, and you know he's capable of a second even if he has this time and spacing for it. Oregon trying to make sure they take their space. Nice inversion going across to Imminent. 5-Up should be able to cut that first one out, so now it's one Zen's chance to ricochet past one. How about a second? Patty, solid 50. Not only that, but gets the flick over top. Siebes fakes challenge, and that will be able to slow things down necessarily. And honestly, I think Oregon, as long as they can reach an equilibrium, I think they'll be fine, but it doesn't help when there's some open shots coming in. 5-Up never gonna miss that.
That's unfortunate. I feel like one Zen did have the time a little bit there. I think, yeah, because Patty fell off of that one, so he did have a little bit of time to kind of anticipate it. I think when you've got 2 players coming at you and the speed of which you know that ball is most likely going to be headed to your face, it's a little rough to try and defend. But Akron, second goal on the board for them. Going to look to turn it into 3 here as 5-Up tries to kill it. One Zen, though, challenge on this ball. Falls back to the hands of Patty. Siebes going to take a shot to slow one. That Bullseye and Patty work together to place out in this corner here. And Akron really just taking their time. Although the few times that this ball has fell away from their car, this is pretty close to what's happened. It falls straight into the hands of Oregon. They take it away. It turns into a quick shot on target, although this time it goes through.
And honestly, Oregon taking advantage of him. I would say a mistake from 5-Up. He's got about 80, 90 boost. He starts creeping up field right as that clear comes in. It goes off the ceiling as it should, and 5-Up flips into the post, not able to recover in time, and that's going to be a wide open finish. So good job by Oregon. Again, this is a team that has the capacity to stand toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in West. And of course, whether that applies to the caliber of teams in the East, it remains to be seen, but being able to answer back with 2 phenomenal goals, especially on the setup, how about a Musty to add to it, speaks volumes. I just have to wonder what's their true capacity. Is Imminent going to throw another one on near, only for Patty to turn to the side?
It's so weird, too, because there's these moments where you see that Oregon, okay, go for the solo play, because I was going to say there's so many of these moments where I feel like they're trying to set each other up, and whoever that second man is usually just a bit behind. But if you're going to take these shots in these tough angles alone, if you're going to make them, by all means, keep doing it.
Siebes was playing like a man possessed on that last possession. Honestly, he's been peaking ever since that first reset. So now he's trying to make sure he can propel Oregon as far as possible. He was the player that was most offended by really everybody on the desk, talking about how Oregon, most likely you can write them off in this game. Think Akron's just too good, and clearly they're playing like it. They're playing fearless on most of these challenges as well, with Imminent sending it high, stealing the boost, and allowing Siebes maybe create yet another offense. Patty has to backpedal out of that attack. One Zen with a 50, and Bullseye gets all of that one. 5-Up maybe on a counter could do something to flick toward the middle. Patty is there, and that is textbook from coast to coast.
Oh man, as soon as I saw 5-Up that far ahead past Imminent, I already knew that if Imminent wasn't in a position to get back and intercept this pass, it was completely going in. There's no reason for 5-Up to have that much space to work with, because you know that Akron most likely is going to be able to find the clear. It's all about spotting that person who's cheating up very, very menacingly. They're looking to do it again here, though. Teamwork to push forward. Bullseye to center to Patty. Great little touch there. Slows things down just a bit, but the pressure's not off. Akron still pushing forward. 5-Up, no touch. Patty's shot completely off. Bullseye keeping it going. Reset to get this ball into the hands of 5-Up here, and it's a slow floater to the backboard.
Speaking of slow, the one thing that I am worried about is the slow choking down of resources from Akron. Eventually, mistakes will be made. There's only so much in your tank, and that's going to be another one to put Akron in the lead.
I mean, again, it's just being able to match Akron's fluidity. This is really the key difference maker between these two squads, because you and I have said it a million times at this point. By no means do we think Oregon is a bad team at all. They very clearly can hold their own. This is even just a 1-goal game right now. You got a minute left on the clock here to try and tie things back up, but a 1-goal game where the person who got brought in just competed against the top in North America and even in the world, arguably at that, right? It's not a bad showing. So Oregon trailing by 1:44 on the clock, but it's Akron running away with the ball.
And that's the difficulty that I continuously see. I feel like with a lot of teams that try to reach that potential. Offense, actually pretty natural. They can rotate forward, they can be aggressive, they can steal boost, they can get some nice shots off, and that's great. But it's really the defense that's going to make or break you. It's the old cliche for a reason, but the way that you get further and further in matchups like this is making the other team uncomfortable, because really the best defense you can have is by maintaining a good midfield as often as possible. And right now it seems like Oregon is willing to take a passive route, and more surprisingly than anything, Akron just letting them. No one's up for Siebes again. That's taken on 2 players imminent with under 10 to go as a level scoreline now.
Where was everyone? It just felt so disconnected. I mean, 5-0's trying to do everything in his power on basically no boost at that point. Patty is the second line of defense, and everybody, the resources are completely gone. They're used to get back. Tied game, 8 seconds on the clock here off the kickoff. Bullseye gonna take this one past imminent. Trying to center this one over to a teammate. No connection on this ball, but it is still in play. This one does hit the ground. We got our first overtime in the series.
It really does not matter what came previously. All that matters is whoever gets this next goal. We go up on the series. Again, elimination style match, and it is sudden death here. Best of 5, and Onezen nearly ended it there. Siebes looking to complete a hat trick. Also will not find a target, and now there's all that space that I mentioned before. Patty will try to use it off a double. Onezen well done to cut in.
I like this from Siebes too. I saw him as soon as that clear goes, it's the startup to try and cheat into that blue half. That's what Oregon's doing. They're trying to match the energy that they received earlier with keeping one person decently far forward, but the same thing's happening already. This one to the backboard, 5-0's gonna slow it down here in the mid. Just taking his time. Flick over 1v1. This one gets sent back, but Bullseye to rescind. And everyone keeping that pressure on as best as they can. Bump out of 1. Patty to the backboard here. Imminent's going to try and go up and match it. And again, it's that patience from Akron really that makes them so threatening, because Oregon doesn't know when that attack is really going to start to come through.
Imminent has to go up. He's the only one with boost, and that's actually a really great call from the de facto captain, the longest standing member of that roster, Siebes, using the rest of his boost to tap it up once. Onezen needs a double. He will just get it to be able to send Patty packing all the way back to his corner, and now with his tank of boost, he can see what he can do with it. Siebes' immediate challenge, gonna go underneath, Patty at a pinch, and really gets away with him. We'll get the demo. How about a boost steal as well?
Going around the corner here, just Bullseye. I love this a lot from Akron. Just taking their time, trying to find each other. Pinballing this around the defense right now seems to be their angle, trying to get around Oregon. But Oregon keeping this ball close as possible as they head towards their first attack in a while here. Onezen to catch this one. Tried to go for the pinch off of it. Instead, he's going to have to follow it on low boost. Pass down over to Siebes. Bullseye beats him out. It's a 3v1 on Imminent. And he goes down on the ground to get around him. 5-4 golden goal to Akron.
And Bullseye, he's a sharpshooter, and you don't always have to smack it as hard as possible. He knows Imminent is backpedaling. He's off balance. He's going to dive at anything, so why not just stay behind the ball? Unfortunately, the weight of Akron going to fall on the Ducks. And after a highly contentious game number 1, I don't think the Ducks can be truly devastated by how that one went, but certainly stings to come that far only to lose in OT.
Oh, for sure. Again, when a bunch of people are talking about you not really being able to, compete against the squad that you're going against, when you know full well you are capable of really matching that energy, of course it's going to be very frustrating. You take Akron all the way to overtime, and I mean, you look at a couple of these replays too, they're not bad goals on either end of the field. Akron, of course, opted for a lot of those passing plays. These solos, though, from Oregon looked incredible at times, and that is what kind of sets them apart for me a little bit. I expect Oregon, once they are able to incorporate a little bit more of those passing plays that we saw them trying to set each other up for, this could actually become a lot tougher for Akron than they would expect.
And I would say, considering the shot differential, certainly not anything we can write Oregon off. If you're going to go against a heavy favorite as the lowest seed in the West and saying, well, we're still able to get double-digit shots against our opponent, I think you're doing just fine. You're right there next to him. The one thing I am curious about with Akron is whether or not they did take a true feeler game in that game 1 where they kind of sat back, see what Oregon provides. I'm not sure if these teams are scrimming each other throughout the season, just trying to see if they can find some more practice against them, because Akron's typically a pretty aggressive team, and I feel like Oregon was given space and they immediately punished them on every single time. I don't know how well that's going to fly as we head to Utopia for game 2.
I'm in the same boat. I am a little curious how much of that was a feeler game or Akron completely going all out. I would argue alongside you probably that wasn't the full out Akron, But the one thing I will say, and you talked a little bit about this at the beginning of that game 1, was how 5UP is a little bit more in that filler role. Really just allowing his teammates to kind of go around and do their thing. I don't know if that's something that Oregon spotted a little bit and understands that, you know, if you can catch them just slightly off guard, you can kind of place this into a 3v2 a little bit at times and force 5UP a little bit off guard. But for now, Oregon, they try and keep into this one. They're going to try and respond as well with a pass and play. 1, 2, 3, and this one's in. 1Zen, the player everyone has been waiting to see if they can keep up, has officially caught up.
Like almost an eerily similar goal to what we saw against St. Edwards and Davenport from Cam and Bolte, but this time it's going to be Imminent and 1Zen, two players that were, I would say, incredibly excited to finally play with each other. 1Zen was supposed to come over to Oregon a bit earlier. A lot of paperwork got held up, and now they actually here at the beginning of Summer Series, they were saying, watch out, we definitely can make a run. So here they are in playoffs, and here they are in playoffs, clipping on an Akron squad, a legacy university within the CRL scene, getting their first lead as well. But my biggest concern continues to be, how would you handle the defense? Because the lead doesn't mean anything if you give it up too easily. So far, seems like they're doing just fine, as Imminent will flip reset one past the line, at least temporarily.
It definitely hasn't been too bad so far, as holding on to that one goal has been going, but Akron finally on the attack a little bit here, Patty, to beat out two players on this one. You just got to beat out Siebes. He catches it on the hood of his car, and that flick could slow them down just enough to try and make it clear they do. Siebes going to try and meet them up in the ceiling here and take a shot, but it's just slow enough for the save to come through. And again, it's like you said, you talk about getting that one goal, that's the first step. Holding on to it and keeping Akron back from responding, that's the next challenge. And so far, they've looked good.
And so we're starting to see Akron utilize some off-ball demos. It's really going to throw the rotation from Oregon out of whack, especially because they tend to be somewhat spread out, at least trying to cover as much space as possible, which is a great strategy up until someone gets demoed. And then you got to wonder, maybe we should have been backing up. It's why pro teams often do kind of back up in challenges. And it looks like they're sending two players for one ball, but for the most part, they trust each other to take those engagements well. Kind of like Imminent right there, holding up 5UP, another 50. Going to be met going onto the backboard. And Oregon will back up because they know Akron doesn't have an easy way out. This is fantastic offensive rotation from everybody, including Siebes. He has been locked in all series long.
He really has. I like what I'm seeing out of him, and honestly, out of the entire Oregon roster, like you said, having that solid rotation of just forcing Akron back inch by inch, boxing them eventually to where pressure is just going to build so high that you can find your way through. But for now, holding on to that one goal lead, headed into the second half of this game right here. It's not too bad of a game. Big clear, and then it's followed up, and this one almost throws itself into the net. Thankfully for Akron, they get to walk away without without a lead being thrown away here. But 2:06 on the clock, 1Zen to catch and collect. Siebes going to try and be the next one to get a touch on it, but it's taken away.
Akron in a really interesting position. I'm watching them play in because they are actually trying to cut out these passes from Oregon before they come in, or at least get these touches on a heavy predict. But then Oregon is doing really well just to tap it slightly to the side of where they predict, or just a little bit higher than maybe you probably should have been going for. Sometimes it doesn't really work out because you need that precision on offense. Everyone at Akron scrambling. They're going to get away with it, but not too quickly, because that's no boost from Patty. Pass from 5UP. Not going to find Bullseye. Now here comes Siebes with a pinch. That's over Bullseye, but only able to catch up to it only so far as a pinch.
This is crazy. I love what I'm seeing out of Oregon too, though, because a lot of people were wondering, all right, Akron, they have information on you after that first game. How do they respond? Is this going to turn into a beatdown or something, right? No. Instead, it's Oregon took what they learned and, definitely adapted to the playstyle that got handed at them. That's a great shot there from Patty, an even better save from Imminent, and just allowing Oregon to hold on to that one goal lead as you head into this last minute here. That's a new level of pressure for Akron. I'm expecting them to try and ramp up the speed a little bit. 5UP, little awkward here off this one. Going to throw that favor away from Akron here on this one as this ball falls here in the corner.
5UP. Again, a player you do not want to give space, and he will use it. Low 50 on near post. Patty crashing it. Siebes gets away from a bump and gets it, I would say, away, but it's not out of the half, so I can't really comfortably say that is the conclusion. Maybe if 1Zen gets bumped, but Imminent right there for the follow through. Oregon fearless on making sure they complete these rotations. 5UP another 50. That could have been dangerous if 1Zen able to plow on through.
This one still, it's just back and forth, waiting to see who's first to break through. Low boost, Patty, his touch manages to keep it there, Imminent, but is past one. And I like this from 5 Up. I've seen it a lot of the times. He's that last second or third back and manages to collect. Patty has opportunity to do so. Bullseye's follow-up will be the one to secure the tied goal. And it's like I said before, eventually pressure was just going to build up so much that you crack. I mean, you can't even blame OneZen or Imminent on this one. They had to rotate back so many times, so quickly. Eventually, you're just going to get beat out.
It's so difficult to be able to watch Akron play like this and then wonder, well, how long can it last, keeping them scoreless? Apparently, it's going to last almost 5 minutes. How about 0 seconds, though? That's a pinch. OneZen a little bit late to it. Patty is also going to miss, so therefore, we will go to OT yet again. Oregon bringing Akron right to the brink, and despite how good the offense has been, doesn't matter if you just don't get the final goal. Late challenge from Siebes. Nearly got away with him, but picks up with it for another 50. Now, get his teammates to the same. They're not up to stop Patty. Double tap on target, Imminent. Well spaced for a clear.
Unfortunate that it fell the way it did. Zen trying to sneak one through, but the defense had already raced back in time here. And Bullseye just trying to keep this one going here. Patty up next, take a shot. Great save from Imminent, using everything left in the tank to keep it out, but 5 Up gonna keep that pressure going. 32 seconds into this overtime right now. And Oregon, they've had to play way more defense than they would like to finally break out of their own half, but as soon as they do, they're sent running back. And here comes Patty with the pressure onto Siebes. This one gets dead balled in OneZen to work with Siebes to clear.
Imminent grabbing pads in front, knows Akron doesn't have the best clear, but he's going to back away instead. Just didn't want to leave his team isolated. I don't really mind the passive play, but you can't be giving Akron space like that, especially when it looked like there was a pass middle to Patty available. The Bullseye instead takes to the corner. Now Oregon's chance with Siebes throwing it high across. 5 Up only has so many options. He's going to opt for the air dribble. OneZen immediately up for him, gets a clean dunk, only to the corner. The dunk in the middle on Bullseye will not even be found. Akron kind of playing with fire here, hoping for some fakes and hoping for some 50s to be able to clear their path.
This is looking more like the Oregon that we saw at the beginning of game 1, where they're trying to spot each other and work around the defense. The problem is Akron is just a little bit too quick to read. They have the space to intercept a lot of those shots, and unfortunately for Oregon, these are now starting to turn into much quicker counterattacks. And the difference maker is Akron is able to hold onto that ball for a lot longer than Oregon can. Oregon being forced to try and take it away from them. You can see it. Here come the challenges. First one, second one already coming through. Around past Siebes here. Zen just using everything he can to dead ball it here in the corner. Bullseye, 50, loses it, and Siebes to pop this one up, allowing Oregon out of their half.
Imminent should be able to get this one. Well played by Patty to get the first 50, but 5 Up only able to put it down to OneZen. High lob, it's over Bullseye. He's got to reach for it. That's a double commit off the backboard. Oregon, another double commit, and that's not going to help them whatsoever. Deflection in the middle means they need to get back. Siebes might need a cut right here, and good that he does. How about Imminent? Do you have an immediate follow through? Another double commit. The nerves hurt, really starting to reach their apex.
This is really where that level of experience starts to come into play, because yes, although Bullseye and Patty do not have 5 Up's level of experience, they are still two incredible legacy players, like we say time and time again. So being in these high pressure moments, right, as the clock is continuing to go, you're approaching 3 minutes of overtime. Both games have gone to OT. This is more mind gaming Oregon, letting them kind of have to force a lot of these shots to get out of their own half. The problem is they're playing so much defense on such little boost that Akron's pressure, again, it's doing what it did in that first game. It's building up to potentially break.
Patty able to get another one as we cross 3 minutes of overtime. It doesn't look like we're any closer. There's moments where I feel like everything falls apart, but the recoveries from both sides have been impressive. Being able to just keep them at bay, and the offense has to be able to be razor sharp to be able to capitalize. Maybe it's right here. Imminent reads 5 Up's clear. OneZen whiff it on Imminent, and those are the types of moments where I'm a little bit nervous. You can't go for the kill shot, especially when it's such a low percentage play.
No, you definitely can't on this one. Still, no one has found their way through into either net. Attempt to pass over to one. Third man keeping this rotation going, but Patty to take it away. Great challenge there from Zen, and an even better follow-up. There's just no connect or finish, and that's where really what is missing from Oregon right now. They've had a couple of these moments where they've had the opportunity to close out. It's just the connection's a little rough. This one off the crossbar and out. Follow through on the ground. Wow. Bullseye to keep out Zen off to the corner. I mean, you're trying with all of your might, but at the end of the day, the Akron defense is really just setting them apart.
That was the moment for Imminent and specifically one Zen on the follow through, and neither of them go in. It just shows that it's not good enough to have a solid opportunity. You have to make sure you strike true and with full confidence. Unfortunately, Ducks not able to pull it out. 5 up, beaten over the top. One Zen, no boost. That's all he has. Patty might sense that one, tries to bait in a challenge. Imminent with no boost to the back post. One Zen needs a touch, and 5 up wasn't also as confident either. Every team is just a little bit behind where they want to be because they don't want to be the player to dive in, leave a counterattack, and throw it all away.
Definitely don't want to risk too much, especially with how much time has gone by. This would be so impactful if Akron would be able to take this game away from Oregon, just because Oregon's been so close right here. Shot on target, denied again by Bullseye. But like I said, the mental game starting to come into play here. If Oregon could take this, this could be so huge to them getting back into the series here.
Oregon leading in shots 14-12. It is a shooting gallery in this series, but also quite a lot of saves. How about Bullseye? 7 saves to himself. One Zen doing his work as well with 5. So it's not really just getting opportunities, it's making sure you are blocking as many as possible, because it's going to come down to one singular moment of brilliance and hopefully not of a disaster in the backfield. This one could be a little awkward. Seeps is not on the backboard. He has to just lob that to the side, and Bullseye has a little bit of time to build.
And the one difference maker I got to see as Patty shoots this one, doesn't quite go in. They managed to still get the saves. Huge shout out to Siebes for keeping his cool and managing to get that second touch after the pinball around the net here. But pressure's not over. Low boost all the way around for Oregon right now. And here comes Patty, and this is what I was going to talk about. Akron has done one thing that has been so detrimental to the Oregon defense. They continue to steal their boost, and that's what's going to set them apart. 5 up to clean this one up here at 6:09.
Brilliant play by 5 up. Lobs that high because he knows a soft lob, a little bit off the backboard is going to be a weird clear on low boost. And as he lands, he realizes, if no one's turning for that, I must be the only one with anything in the tank. It took a while and took a whole heck of a lot of effort. And yet Akron will come out on top here, 2-1. Oregon, you're looking phenomenal, outperforming all expectations, but unfortunately just not quite enough in the end.
They're missing that tiny bit of little clutch factor, because they look so good. I gotta give it to Oregon. Like, I gotta give them their flowers a little bit here, and hopefully they hear it and it gives them some confidence headed into this attempted reverse sweep. But they've kept it so close. The difference is they don't really know how to open up a gap in the Akron defense right now. And that's a very difficult thing to try and find. It's something you're going to have to force with a bump or a demo, or trying to boost starve them, because that was such a big hindrance to Oregon. You saw it on that OT goal. All 3 members in net, completely low on boost. And like you said, it takes that tiny little touch up in the air that's just above what they're able to match, and it's through. So Akron, they did a great job of boost starving Oregon, in my opinion. I think that definitely helped them clutch out in the moment where things started to get a little shaky for them. And now all the pressure in the world falls onto Oregon's shoulders.
It's so difficult because this is exactly why I mentioned with Oregon how many times this team goes to game 5, because they're a team that sticks with it, even if they're losing against a high-level team. But also at the same time, there are some teams that you think they could be better. So I said they need to play up to their potential. I think they are hitting that, and yet there are those moments. Imminent needs to hit that open double in OT. One's then on the follow-through, needs to convert that. You're not going to get a lot of open shots. And to Akron's credit, they got some goal line saves. That looks spectacular by them on the defensive structure. But the fact that you're this close and still losing is something you got to shake off, especially when it looks like right off the kickoff in a must-win scenario, it's not going to be starting off on the right foot.
No, it is not. I want to take a look back at this one. Wenzen, just gets bumped off the rotation. Any hope of getting back in time just completely denied on off the rip. Akron already finds themselves onto the board. And like you said, if you were Oregon, you're not only shaking off the last 2 games and that last 6-minute overtime, you're now shaking off a kickoff goal in the first 5 seconds of this game 1. And really, you do got to look at yourself and say, hey, you are more than capable of you matching the Akron energy. You've definitely made them work for their wins so far. So they're not incapable. It's just that clutch factor has been missing for Oregon.
And being able to also shut things down. You do not want to let Patty have that one. I don't mind that from Siebes, but maybe not that close to the goal. So now on the counter, maybe trying to take on 5 up. He plays it spectacularly, the ex-Moist player, and now almost gets on top of this one, but Siebes again plays a phenomenal role here. He has been kind of the midfielder for a lot of Oregon's play, and even though he started fading out a little bit as he's tried to blend into the rotation a bit more in the last OT, definitely a player that I think they'll rely on, especially now that he's going to be the last one back. Gets to save another one from 5-up, preventing it from being 2-0 within the first minute.
This one just floating. Patty trying to spot Bullseye. He does. This one down to the center, 5-up. Catches it a little awkwardly. Gonna have to take it to the backboard and hope for a double off it. But great read there from Siebes, and that's what I want from Oregon right now. Anticipating a lot of these follow-ups that are gonna be coming through. A couple of these double taps that are coming in. There's so much usage of the backboard from Akron, so that's a really quick way to stop them from coming in, covering that backboard, not giving them any usage of it right now. But finally, the flip side of things is happening. Oregon on the attack a little bit here, although it's slightly awkward. One's end just trying to lurk it, unfortunately facing the back way, and 5-up's challenge gonna place them going orange side.
He's trying to chase down Bullseye a bit late, as that will deflect. 5-up with the slowdown. One Zen is in the middle. Problem is he's got absolutely nothing. So Siebes, how about you just do it yourself? Going for the pinch. Patty fell for it. How about a dish as well? He can't catch up to it. If there was just 10 more boosts in the tank, that would have been an incredible goal to get him back in there. But instead, Oregon trying to be resilient. How about a demo? That clears the way. Try again.
Oh my God, I immediately look at the side of Akron too. You got one camera, Patty losing his mind off that defensive mistake. I mean, it's not even a mistake at that point. It's a force from Oregon, and you know that Akron is not going to take lightly to that one. Tied game here, 2:57 on the clock. Patty going to take this one away, gets over one. You see the bumps coming through. It's a free shot for Akron, forced off the back line of defense in a wide open net.
Yeah, Bullseye immediately forgets about the ball because he knows Patty has the air dribble. He steals the side boost. Player goes and gets it, and now it's all down to the last defender. It's such a difficult scenario, but not for Patty. He loves kickoffs. That's 2 for 2 directly off the start, and now, right before halftime, Oregon immediately, all their hard work has been undone. Imminent trying to answer back, but 5-up will not so easily be air dribbled over.
I like this too, though, from Oregon. They don't stop, even when you're down by one, right? They got a half a game of regulation left to try and tie things up here. They're not letting off the gas. Most teams mentally would be struggling right about now. And the one thing that we can all attest to for Oregon, the sheer amount of game fives, the sheer amount of long haul stretches that they have had to endure to get here. It's not quite gonna stop in this game. 5-up, though, to take it away. He's trying to shut them down. This one sent off into the corner here, and 2 minutes on the clock, and a tee up over to Siebes from the corner. Gonna try and match it and find that angle, though. Doesn't, but it's a great attempt from Oregon.
And it will be actually really awkward for Bullseye because he's not going to get back to that one. Siebes, it's wide open, and he knows it. It's a wide open shot. Why not take your time? Akron throwing this one away a bit more, but again, credit to Oregon for understanding the scenario.
Yeah, this is a lot of it is in favor to patience off of it. I gotta shout out Siebes off that one. You're just waiting, but although great positioning, falls into his hands and follows through. Now tied game, 2 off the clock. And Akron gonna have to get back into this one. I like what I'm seeing from Oregon, though. Being able to respond a lot quicker is gonna set you up for success in this one, especially with how easily Akron has been able to really just force them and box them into their own half here. That's not where you want to be. Siebes to clear out mid. Low boost means Bullseye just gonna go for the back pass and keep this in possession.
Patty trying to also play for that possession as 5-up gonna speed that one right back up. Siebes again, exactly where it needs to be, but only so far as Bullseye. Nice 50 for 5-up to try to send to Patty. Akron deciding to take a bit more passivity on that roll. Think they've been bitten a couple times, diving up too much, not having enough boost, and maybe there will be a mid-game adjustment because there's not much game remaining, at least in this regulation. In a minute remaining, we might be at a silver goal territory, and he can't go out like that, Oregon. Thankfully, One Zen breathes a sigh of relief. That's gonna ricochet only off the bar.
Not too bad. Less than a minute to go. Double commit to try and push this one upfield. One Zen, small touch, easily taken back by Akron as they try and follow through on this clear. 5-up just a bit too fast for his liking off this one, but still keeps control. You see the attempts to go for the bumps in net already from Akron there. And really, they're just trying to refine that flow state. But even when it's a bit off, they still look incredible. It's more Oregon trying to get back into the swing of things right now. You see Siebes trying to get met. Patty double off and out, and Bullseye, his follow through comes in slow enough that Oregon's able to keep this one out and clear it blue side and in their favor.
Oregon really needs to be careful on these boost challenges because they're going immediately as they should. But the problem is if they get beaten over the top, they have no one back, and therefore you need to make sure that every moment counts, and you have to be decisive. Same with on offense, because they're going to get the last look. I think that might be the last one, unless 5UP wants to go all the way across. That's going to be a deflection to the sidewall. They're going to let that bounce on the Duck side, and that's a bold claim because Patty was sitting there, as well as the man who started it all. Overtime and off the kickoff. Akron not going to be as lucky as the last 2 times.
Oh my goodness, you got to be so incredibly careful and quick to get back on this one too. Great challenge there from Imminent, because that became dangerous almost too soon. 15 seconds into this one, 5UP just trying to do it all by himself, but it's going to take teamwork to make this dream work. Towards the crossbar, great save there from Imminent. Pressure not going to stop. You see them, they're just going back and forth, taking that mid boost, keeping the pressure on until eventually this one's going to fall in front of the net. The follow-up's going to come through, but it's going to get sent off, and Oregon can breathe a small sigh of relief.
Thieves actually stole boost as they came out. If not, that would have been pretty much no one on Oregon getting boost, and that's where they have to be their most careful, and that's actually what's going to hamper a lot of their transitions because they're going to be dealing with pads. They do get an open shot, though, but from too far of a distance to really make Bullseye sweat. Imminent, a dunk down, going for a continuation. That's a technically double, but also a call out from 5UP to being able to have that leave, and this is where things honestly can be completely back and forth. Akron has been able to take these past 2 games, but I'm not going to act like this is going to be exactly how I expected it. Oregon, very much so, could have just that one singular moment to be able to stand up. They got to be careful to not overextend. That's another one Patty could have easily wrapped around and shot.
Oh man, the one thing I'm seeing that's a really big difference maker here is, yes, although Akron has had a double commit, a quote on air quote 1, unfortunately for them, Oregon on the flip side of things, they're bumping into each other. They're looking really rough and they're low on boost. They're relying on these big clears to really just give them time to reset, find some boost, and get themselves together. Steve's gonna spawn back in time. The demo works in the Oregon favor, and they get to stay alive a little longer.
Great up by Imminent as well as the counter. Siebes, he's downfield. 5UP, he's backpedaling. It's off the post, off the bar. One's in again, saved, and 5UP gets it off the line. Now here it comes down the far side. Siebes is going to dive in, and that could have been the most tilting way possible for that series to end. What resilience from Akron. How are we still playing?
We just keep going. Bullseye, he spots 5UP down to the ground. Siebes is going to get a little touch on this one, and if you're Oregon, you just got to keep going and keep trying to find another opportunity like you found so before. Siebes to air dribble around, past 5UP, might try and go for the bump, flick over one, Patty to keep this one out, and still we stay at a tied game.
Akron looking like very much the epitome of trust in your teammates. The amount of fake challenges close to the goal would make me sweaty, and I'm just in the booth. So right now, they have to continue relying on each other, especially to avoid the demo. No one's going to touch that. It's only Siebes. Oregon going down. Not quite yet. They're going to finally get a game on the board after 3 consecutive OTs.
Such a rare mistake, but not an impossible one. It finally happens. Oregon, they find a gap in the defense off a forced challenge. They beat out the last defender of all people, 5UP, and they keep their foot in the series.
And that's a tough one as we're able to watch that one transpire. And it really comes down to one moment. I think Patty got in their head a little bit near the end, but it's also from Oregon chasing them down. That looks like a standard miss, but honestly, he's trying to get probably the lightest touch to be able to guide it to the corner. He doesn't want to hit it across and lose his life, so he's trying to make sure that play gets extended, but that is exactly why sometimes it's good to boost chase. It's be able to stay close to the defense because it makes them double think about what they really want to do. And Oregon, for the most part, they've been challenging well, but it's all their off-ball play that I really feel like is confusing Akron. They don't really know how to clear sometimes, and that will lead to goals.
Yeah, this is getting a little close. Pretty down to the wire, in my opinion, because as time is going on, honestly, Oregon is starting to look better and better. And like you said, confusing Akron a little bit more than they probably anticipated to even be. Because at first it looked so clear cut. For as close as it was, it still felt like Akron was in control. Like they still had all the pressure and all the momentum in the world. And it was so difficult for Oregon to take away in those crucial moments, And by crucial moments, I mean forcing a lot of these overtimes. That's really really what is the key difference maker right now. Every single game has gone to OT, and then you're put into these high pressure situations to try and go back and forth. So game number 4 officially underway here. Still though, match point for Akron. Oregon though looking to reverse sweep.
And actually, last time we saw Akron in Summer Series in a lower bracket, it actually almost did really come down to reverse sweep yet again. So when they're in the scenarios, it's something about Akron. They like to make it entertaining, but I'm sure for their esports coordinator as well as former player Buzz watching alongside, they'd like to be this a little bit cleaner than that. But Oregon not making it easy. They're playing not like a 6 seed. You would not know it if you saw how aggressive, how trusting this team is in the system that they've developed. Problem is, you got to keep it going yet again for another game. 5 up, trying to dish this one to Bullseye. Siebes man marking, and we'll get the clear.
I feel for Oregon right now because they look so good. There should have been a follow-up right there. It was just a little bit of hesitation, a little slow. I mean, you don't want to go for every single one, but opportunities are going to be few and far in between from here on out. Akron working together to make that clear out past mid. And this one falling into the hands of One Zen, immediately demoed off of the play, but great follow there from Imminent. Even if it's on 0 boost, you do want to be consistently getting out of your own half in comparison to what series past has looked like.
5 up, a lot of space, but not really the angle he's looking for. So instead, he'll go for that 50. Imminent. Pure win. Bullseye into the ceiling. One Zen's going to have to be a little late to that one. Might ask for someone to take it off. Problem is, that player's demoed. How about him as well? Patty, that's a laser, and Siebes yet again is the one to get the save. How about another one just to be able to pad the stats further? How instrumental has he been to Oregon's success down the stretch?
He was spawn demoing. Do you know how frustrating that's got to be? They were forcing, I believe it was Imminent, to just play defense all by his lonesome at that point. Everybody just struggling to try and get back into it. They finally are. This one towards the backboard, sent off into the corner here, but pressure just immediately back onto Oregon. This one almost finds its way in. Crazy save there from One Zen, but you got to do it again. Bullseye, he tries to go for the bump on him. It works. 5 up, needles his way through the defense. And there you have it. It's the first goal on the board, but my goodness, did Akron have to work for it.
Now the timing of that is really poor right there. You see Imminent jumping off the backboard, trying to get off to the ground to be able to defend. Problem is the first challenge comes in and whips, and so therefore Imminent's not able to collect something back. But off kickoff, I would say there could be a chance, but now it's Imminent having to make up for that one. Backboard save, Bullseye quickly up, not going to be able to tuck it underneath. That should be wide open for Patty, and yet we're off the bar, off the goal line, and cleared out to Bullseye. So apparently they don't have infinite lives on the goal line.
No, they don't. Eventually, all these crazy aggressive plays are going to pretty much just take everybody out of it. They push them up a little bit too far. Tiny bit of a shot there. Akron 2-0 on this one, 2:44 on the clock. Oregon, they haven't found too many opportunities to really try and get back into this one. I've seen maybe one at the most so far, despite the few shots that they've had. This one to the backboard, though. Follow-up from Bullseye is going to find its way through, and just like that, 3-0 in favor of Akron.
And this is where I was a little bit nervous, because a lot of teams that play even against a squad like Akron, eventually you reach a point where maybe you want to push the envelope a bit. You want to be able to be a bit more aggressive, and I'm seeing a lot of early rotations out from Oregon. They're too trusting. They're too eager to get forward onto offense, and once that second goal was scored, I was actually suspecting maybe a third might come through because of that psychology of everything. People trying to pre-jump in the midfield. They're trying to get these early reads on the backboard, when in reality, sometimes you just need to absorb pressure. That's really your optimal strategy. And now they have to play it beyond optimally. 3 goals against Akron in 2 minutes is a tall task, to say the least.
It definitely is. Imminent's trying to stop the bleeding, though. A bunch of bumps is going to let this one bounce on in, and there it is. The first attempt at stopping the bleeding has officially found its way on through.
And actually, Imminent has an awkward adjustment on that, but actually it works out better than I think it really should have been, mainly because that first read from that Akron defender flying in from the back post was playing that shot near side, so going to the back post will be able to yield that mistake. So now, Oregon, maybe a light at the end of the tunnel, they continue to trudge on toward. This Bullseye will be forced into a long clear. Imminent, sidewall for One Zen to chase, but no, Imminent going to call his own card. Flip reset backwards into a 50, but a deep rotation from Siebes mean no follow-up.
5-up's really just taking his time. Air dribble to the backboard, slow floater, double on in. 4-1, they reclaim their 3-goal lead so quickly. And again, it's all due into low boost, Everybody baiting themselves out pretty much at this point from Oregon's side. They're pushing up just a bit too far and forced into this continuous race back to defense time and time again.
Siebes taking an air dribble. Flip reset potentially in, but the fake actually will yield. An awkward kind of moment there for Patty. He was not sure how to react at all to that. Imminent was immediately on it. One Zen is trying to do the same, but only will get the boost steal instead. Akron should be able to escort this one to the far side for 5-up to laser down on the near post. Siebes, difficult read, makes it work for One Zen, and no counter as Patty says no to the first one. Bullseye shot the second, and 5-up, and all of them will continue to steal this boost. That has been probably the biggest change Akron seems to be making.
Just a slow floater, again, going to that backboard. This is good, though. Progress from Oregon. I like seeing that backboard being defended and covered a little bit more than we have seen before. Really trying to slow down what Akron can use as far as space goes. Bullseye hunting for that bump onto Imminent, now forcing One Zen to be last line of defense again. Reset forward, uses everything in the tank. This one just bounces up and down in the mid. But a 3-goal lead and 45 on the clock. This might be too much for Oregon to get back into.
Now it's really just going to have to be full send mentality. You can't play passive, you can't play for 50s, you have to force mistakes. And against Akron, they're in a comfortable driving position because they know all they got to do is play safe, play for the clock, play annoying. Kind of like that one from Patty. Just that touch alone going to burn off a couple seconds. Imminent skips it over though, and here we go. With 22 to go, we now are within one kickoff, potentially getting this interesting.
Definitely is winnable at this point. You can't count yourselves out by any means. Just got to play, like you said, full send mentality. There's no time to really just frustrate yourselves. You can't plan some sort of a kickoff. We're going to see if they're going to do anything special here off the rip. This 150's back. And Siebes is just going to try and catch it. One Zen up next. He sees Patty, tries to go for the challenge on him, loses it, but the follow-up does keep it in their favor slightly. But 5-up air dribbling this one wastes so much precious time. And with this one floating towards that net, it's no time left on the clock. Akron take down Oregon 3-1.
And this is going to be a rough one for Oregon. It was so close. It was back and forth. It was a tug of war, to be perfectly honest, through 3 games. But the fourth one is where Akron really just turned on their monitors, it felt like, and said, hey, we really need to make sure we are aggressive and not missing shots. And the biggest change, I would say, is the clinicality from Akron. Not to say anything or take away from Oregon. They played a phenomenal series, and honestly, I can't wait to see them again as this roster continues to develop. If they can take Akron this far into the series and really make them sweat all throughout.
I feel for Oregon so badly because, like you said, like I've said, this was so much closer than I think a lot of people would have anticipated, especially on paper, right? You're looking at a team that went 12-3 to make it into the playoffs versus 9-6 being Oregon. You would think, being 6th coming into this one, there's a huge, maybe not a huge, but definitely a gap between the teams. But no, that was so much closer than I think anybody would have thought. So huge props to Oregon for at least putting up a very, very decent and valiant fight. But at the end of the day, Akron still prevailing, still showing us that the 5-up roster move was not a bad one by any means. And another win in the books for the boys in blue.
Yeah, a huge fan of how Oregon played. I have to say, MVP caliber performance from Siebes, Imminent and One Zen also filling in well. And also, textbook case of what I always like to see when you're playing against a team that you know is going to be difficult, get in their face, force them to react to you. And I think Oregon did that well, but unfortunately, Akron just a bit better on that one. So we're going to bring him back in, Bass and Seb, to be able to break this one down alongside us. And boys, how are we feeling about West's choices and matchups as we go through this?
Look, man, at the end of the day, I'm just happy because West does look competitive, but we still have yet to win a series. I'm glad that at least the West teams are pushing it to play into overtime, though. Seb, one of the biggest things we've talked about is that a majority of the games we have now watched today have gone to overtime.
Yeah, our producer's in the back. He's like, wow, these are best of 5s, but they're like running really long. Why is that? I'm like, because we've had like 6 overtimes now. It's been insane to watch for both series now, which have gone, even though, yes, they are 3-0 and 3-1 scorelines, they are incredibly tight, incredibly close, and going the distance every single time.
I mean, it's been awesome to watch the back and forth between these teams here, but the unfortunate truth that it still stands, we're down 0-2. The West does not have a lot to stand on here. Akron, while not necessarily making mincemeat of their opponents, definitely still cleared by Oregon, especially by the end of it.
Oh yeah, this has just not been our day. I mean, I do gotta say though, this, like in that first series, was so much closer than it seems on paper. You definitely had to have watched it to understand it. I mean, even looking at the replays, although yes, a lot of it is Akron, it is pretty much equal in terms of what Oregon was able to get to put out onto the board there. So huge props again to Oregon. I know everybody's trying their hardest in the West to try and just take somebody down. Unfortunately for Oregon, that Akron matchup was just a bit too much.
Well, it was a bit too much for the team, but I will say individually, we got to highlight him. Taco, he had a vendetta coming into the series, and he played like he had one. Siebes might be the MVP for Oregon there, and probably the least likely of the three players to show up.
I mean, it's the player that we don't talk about as much because Immonen has been like the player on Oregon for many semesters in a row. We have one Zen new transfer coming in. We're super excited for that. And Siebes is definitely not the third man. Like, okay, well, there's also Siebes because he has been playing really well. He was actually a crucial moment, and Bass and I were casted earlier. They went to Game 5 against Borregos, which is a team that maybe we were like, hey, why are you going to 5? Borregos was playing really well. Siebes said, hey, can we get some new internet? And we're like, maybe Oregon's just not that good. He gets on a new server, and suddenly Siebes just scores all the goals. He's assisting everything. He's definitely a game changer. It started with a flip reset, and I'm thinking, okay, well, how do you follow that up? Well, he followed it up by being an asset in the midfield, getting good saves, immediate challenging, preserving a lot of goal line defenses, getting that boost steals away from Akron so they could actually maintain some consistency and I would say elongated plays. And because of that, I think it made it a lot more competitive. Without Siebes and how instrumental he was in that game, I don't know if Oregon lasts as long as they do. Akron had to be getting frustrated just how much they were getting pushed back through Oregon's just sheer resilience.
I don't know if you guys were able to see it in game, because I know you were actually in game for that one, but Seb and I were remarking on this the entire time while we were watching Patty's cam. Bro, half the time they get a goal scored on them, and you just watch Patty just like absolutely furious at the amount of offense that Oregon was outputting. And honestly, I don't blame him. I mean, Seb, one of the biggest things we've mentioned, again, despite the fact that the West has not been able to take a win here today, these teams are playing confident, and that's kind of what we need to see if a West team does want to get an upset.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's remember, a lot of these guys, they're kind of punching above their weight, realistically. I know we haven't seen a ton of Oregon throughout the course of the season, like on stream, but we have the records, we have the VODs, we know what they're playing to, but to be able to play to an Akron of this level, yes, again, it's a 3-1, but it's incredibly close, and it's not as if there is a huge mechanical gap besides when 5-up goes insane, like gets bumped and flip resets into the ball. That's an off chance. That's not going to happen all the time, but they're being able to be competitive. They're taking it to the goal line, being as aggressive as possible, and utilizing like team play and good midfield possession to make it work in their favor. I'm very happy with these West teams. Bass, I'm sure you're incredibly happy, and you absolutely want more of it.
Well, I'd be even happier if we get a win. The good thing is the most likely West win is on the horizon. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, we have got our third matchup of the night. It is Columbia College versus Fisher Falcons. And oh my goodness, you are not going to want to miss this. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with our third match of the night.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let NelnetBank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. Our body breaks the nature love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you. Love you. I do need you. Need you. I do. I love you. I do need you. I love you. Love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you. I do need you.
You're back with even more action here on the College Carball channel as we continue through with Summer Series playoffs. We've just finished our second matchup of the night, and so far it's got dire straits here for everybody on the West. Taco, it has not been the night that the West has wanted, but at least we've been competitive in the series so far.
No, I'm kidding. I guess I technically am.
Now you can't escape us.
I guess I'm technically in the West, living in Texas. So I guess that I'll say it has been a little upsetting. Particularly, I would say the one thing that stood out to me the most is St. Edwards, unfortunately, dropping 3-0 to Davenport. They played fantastically, but Davenport was just really outclassing them. Akron, though, really getting taken to task at times by Oregon. They did not have the answers all the time. They were looking a little scrambly. So Oregon, I would say you gained a lot more respect. I already respected you as a West team, and I do apologize for saying I guarantee Akron will win this one, because on another day, if we replay that series a couple times, who knows in a best-of-7 format where that could have gone. But I will say that you had alluded to it, Bass, that this next upcoming series could be the series for West.
This might not only be the series for West, but considering the, I hate to say it, lackluster back and forth between St. Edwards and Davenport, which, again, to Seb's credit, as I know he's going to yell at me if I continue the sentence without stating it, was multiple overtimes in a pretty close series up until that third game. But this one should be the back and forth that we have been waiting for. It is Columbia College versus the Fisher Falcons. And Columbia, a familiar team here, Herc, but it is not the same team that we saw prior. No longer is Cam on this team, but the three names that have taken place for him, well, they kind of speak for themselves.
Yes, they definitely do. We've got Samba here now, Gusky and Cryptic rounding out the Columbia College team here. And then, of course, on the flip side of things, you've got Fisher College, Diaz, Fowles, and Jasper. Again, another team that is completely different than what most people have seen in the past. So new names all the way around the field right now. The difference makers that Columbia has, at least in my opinion, two that might make a little bit of a difference maker. My eyes drift over to Cryptic and Gusky, but also down to that 11-4. I mean, yes, it is very, very good. Although for Columbia College standards, they probably would have expected a little more, but not bad with this new member.
I mean, they played a really good season, and unfortunately for them, they were probably most likely slated to get that second spot overall coming out of the West, but unfortunately, due to dropping a series in, let's call it unexpected fashion for everybody but you, Herc, as UTA took a 3-0 sweep over them, and you somehow through your crystal ball saw it coming, and unfortunately for Columbia, because they didn't, the repercussions of it mean that they are now here in the lower bracket having to play against Fisher. They seem confident about it though. Seb, a big thing that we've talked about is that a lot of the West teams are not looking at this as just, cakewalks for the East that are just going to run on through them. They are ready to not only give a fight, they want to win here.
Yeah, I think when we're looking at both these teams, I mean, I want to address Samba real quick. I just forgot this question because Samba, I want to point out one. Yeah, okay, Columbia went 11-4, right? They lost UTA, Novel, Elmau. Classic joke. However, I want to point out that on the Champ League show, we all pointed at our prediction for this bracket being in Columbia's favor. And it's not so much because Fisher is a bad team. I think Fisher and Columbia, the story of these two teams is they are trying to live up to the shadows of the previous iterations of these rosters. Fishers, you can't get much higher besides winning Worlds and then choking to Dr. Boomin. For Columbia, they won a fall championship. Those rosters are gone now. Saba has come in to pick up the pieces along with Gusky. And for Fisher, it's in the same boat. It's a completely new roster where the B team has taken control of things. Now that they're in this position, we personally think, Columbia could potentially take the dub over it, but that, in my opinion, just to set the tone, is like there is huge shadows over both these teams. I'm firmly thinking this is going to be a strong fight between the two.
I really do think this fight is going to be back and forth the entire time. And chat, if you either A, agree or disagree with us, let us know with your channel point. Prediction up in chat if you want to get involved here, as I really do agree, like I said, that this is going to be a back and forth, but it is still one of these things where I think for the first time all night, it is definitely the West that is the favorites coming into this one. Before we talked about with St. Edwards and Davenport, it was more or less a coin flip, but as you alluded to, we all predicted them taking this one overall. My question is, Herc, do you also agree with that? Because you didn't put in a bracket prediction, but you can get in some predictions now. Who you got taking this one?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yes, I know I'm supposed to go Columbia. Yes, I am going to go Columbia, but I swear if Samba lets me down the one time I go for him, I actually will have beef with him. I very rarely, for some reason, go the route of Samba. Although I love him as a player, I think he's a really cool person. But something happens that when I pick his teams, they don't win. So bear that in mind with y'all's spreads.
Seb, bad enough to dissuade you? We switching it up, or we sticking with our gut?
I'm going to Columbia. I will give the West some credit. I think there is something about a playoff bracket Samba that does hit different. He does tend to clutch up in the West, I think, a lot more than we do think. Also, frankly, and I'm not saying this to be mean, I think Kennesaw should have been here in the East. I think that Fisher got in off of a forfeit, unfortunately, thanks to Durham. But I think at the end of the day, this is up to Fisher when they prove it to us, whether they deserve to be here, whether they deserve to take it over the West to be able to actually confirm they are a contender, that they didn't just get by off a forfeit, that they didn't just get by off a couple lucky wins, that they are firmly here as a representative of the East.
They are, but they might not get any votes on this panel right now. Stocko, it's 2-0. Are you making it 3-0?
Yes, I am. Mainly because Fisher, in getting to playoffs is one thing, but all their wins, they have a forfeit win, obviously, coming in against Durham. But other than that, all but one of their victories, so 6 of their 7 remaining games were Game 5, and none of them were against playoff caliber teams. So it's a real huge struggle for them to be able to compete. I think Columbia had a more convincing record, and people could say, well, it's the East versus the West, but I've been lucky enough to be contacted to cast a lot of the off-stream games. I've seen Columbia play. They've gotten better and better. They fixed a lot of the rotations, and even if it's on stream, maybe it's a glitch, because last time I was this confident in Columbia, they did get 0-3 for U Arlington's only win of the season. So I think playoffs are different. I agree with Seb that when I think the chips are down, I don't trust anything more than West legend Samba.
I also want to point out real quick, False is using the Cybertruck, so that immediately puts them down.
Okay,
that is classic Falls, though. Yeah.
you say that Falls does this every single time. And B, the Cybertruck might be the one car that is like off meta right now that is actually starting to become part of the meta. It is a relatively prevalent car. People seem to love it as much as I know, Taco, you hate that thing and the hitbox that does not fit it well, in your opinion. However, you know what does fit? 4 votes for Columbia here. We're sweeping the desk. Not the same as chat. Chat, you guys went 65-35. You love that 60 to 30 some odd ratio right now. That's what you guys have been going for pretty much the entire time. Columbia, you got our support here on the desk. The big question is, are they going to back it up in game? We've got another best of 5, one that theoretically should go to 5. Fisher, you did it all throughout the regular season. Do you do it again here for playoffs? Normally we'd say don't do that. Get it done. Here, I want to see it. The action continues now. Columbia versus Fisher, our third of the night. Casters, take it away.
Well, Columbia College versus Fisher College. One school has really just been at the top for the majority of the season. The other have been working tooth and nail to get here. The difference is this a game 5 or the sweep on paper that some people think it's going to be? There's only one way to find out. That's throw those players out onto the field and say who is the better team in blue.
This is the best chance that the West has had thus far in our lower bracket. It will come down to if Columbia can take it to Fisher College and really prove their seed in the West. Gusky is looking to put one on, a double commit from the Fisher side. This could be just a touch wide, but already Columbia going on the attack.
And it's not unexpected either. It's very, very expected for Columbia College to start out very attack heavy and aggressive. It's more what everybody is waiting on is how is Fisher going to be meeting Columbia in every which way possible, on offense, on defense. What pace of play is going to be thrown at you on the field off the rip? And for now, they have not looked too bad. This one's going to float down. That's an easy cleanup there for Cryptic, and off the rip. 40 seconds into this one, Columbia already on the board.
Cryptic, good response from the 50. Flip reset from Samba. Really well played, especially being that second man falls using the Cybertruck. Love looking at that thing. Love it.
How many epic partners are in the lobby right now?
Taco is molding in the back room. I'm telling you, he already used it. But Samba is looking to make Fisher mold as he makes this 2-0.
My goodness, I like this pop-up, but even better, I like the follow-up the second it falls out of the hands of False. All of a sudden, Columbia spot it, they laser, they go full-blown attack mode, and 2-0, just like that. 45 seconds into this one, they're just continuing to pile on to this lead that they've started out for themselves so early on. Potential third one here as Jasper does everything in his power to clear it away, immediately gets sent back from the ceiling. Great save there, though, from Falls, and Fisher gonna try and slow down this 2-0 with a flick on net.
Not done yet. Diaz going to put a shot on target. Gusky knocks it away. Now we finally see Fisher get some presence, beats both defenders to the ball. Jasper puts this within reach.
Not too bad from this one. I know that this one bounced kind of all the way around, but Jasper, to have the speed and height to take that angle past the last two defenders, making that challenge on him, that is pretty huge. So lead officially cut in half here. This is looking a lot more doable for Fisher, getting back into the swing of things fairly quickly off this one. Been able to hold Columbia back for a decent amount of time as well, as Sama goes around the corner, gets challenged, wins his though. Even on low boost, this ball rolling towards that Fisher half.
See Cam in chat right now cheering on his former teammate in Cryptic, wishing the best for Columbia College, his former school. As Fisher already looking to pounce on the Columbia defense. Samba getting the clear as Fisher will have to try again.
This one just out in the corner. It's pretty much just bouncing around right now. Columbia, though, gonna try and do something with this. That was a good attempt. Cryptic just gonna double this one. Keeping this in their favor is pretty much the name of their game. This one falls away for a quick moment there, but Gusky to take it back. And even when they get put into their own half, they still look so calm. That's a great bump off one. Jasper, though, trying to take his time, even on low boost. And Cryptic clear out mid. What I'm liking, though, from Columbia, patience, letting Fisher take their shots, wear themselves out a little bit here.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. And you can see the passivity from Columbia playing on that back wall. No problem at all. Just wanting Fisher to take their shot and then immediately responding with a transition. Jasper having to dive for this one to prevent Gusky from getting any more coverage, making any more of a threat. A boost will come through. Cryptic looking for the second touch. It's going to fall through. Columbia makes it 3-1.
It's been so rinse and repeat with Columbia too, like we both were making mention to. They pretty much have just let Fisher, when they break out of that half, they let them take their few shots, and then it's one clear met with a quick transition, and then they find all the space in the world, and taking use of that backboard is going to be so big and detrimental though to Fisher. Finally though, they're going to break away out of their own half around the corner here. Columbia to try and slow things down.
Yes, looking for pass. Falls a little bit too far forward. I appreciate the aggressiveness, but only really works when we're in a decent position to capitalize. Columbia will handle things down in the defense. I'm going to collect that mid boost. Gussie's going to send it downfield with as much boost as possible. Cryptic trying to get the pre-jump read. Going to go off the corner, which forces Gusky to have to retreat a little bit and force that defensive rotation transfer. Zamba, everyone is a little bit awkward, and I think Columbia, the reads getting a bit more weird, but it might not matter if Gusky can make this work. It's 4-1.
That was honestly the most awkward I'd seen the entirety of Columbia, and yet they still managed to do what we've seen so many times. Quick transition out, and all of a sudden they get back on their feet. They find each other. That demo, super impactful to open up that net there and give Columbia that 4-1 lead.
Columbia looking dominant at the moment. I mean, really, Fisher, just they can't get squared up. The moment that they get on that defensive rotation, it just kind of falls apart because Columbia, they're just picking at whatever hole there is, whatever space there is. I mean, Falls, again, having to rotate back. Cryptic putting one on, Falls in position. Jasper pushes to the side wall. Diaz looking for the clear. Finally gets some room, but the last minute of gameplay rolls on through, and this is all Columbia's game thus far.
Yeah, this is pretty much all Columbia. It's really just Fisher trying to find themselves in this field, and they haven't been allowed to at all. Few times we've been able to see them get off of it. It's this time and time again, getting beat out, and these quick and close passing plays right on the goal line. Pretty much, we've seen this twice at this point, and it's just Columbia beat out every single time.
I am a little confused as to what Diaz was trying to attempt there. We talk about, this is kind of a meme, at least in the OG team stream, is like unnecessary squishy saves and stuff, but that is a symptom of an unnecessary squishy save because all you had to do is just read it off the corner and just simply aerial towards it. I am a little confused as to why that was attempted, but regardless, it kind of puts this game out of reach here for Fisher. The last 30 seconds will roll on through. Columbia is going to win this one.
Yeah, there really is no coming back into this for now. You pretty much just got to hold off, stop the bleeding for the next 15 seconds or so, and just kind of get back into the swing of things in the next one. I don't think Fisher played too bad of a game, although obviously, yes, on paper, this doesn't look great. That's a crazy slowdown and a fake. Doesn't find its way on through in these last 2 seconds here. In regulation, we'll let the ball hit the ground. Columbia's going to win this one 5-1. The patience pays off. Columbia take game one in the series.
And this is the West being represented very well. Columbia come out swinging against Fisher College. Remember, this is a Fisher who had to work for their position here. It wasn't an easy one, and it was by the slimmest of margins to be able to qualify, but Columbia are making the East, their lower seeds, looking like, I won't say very easy, but definitely looking like, there is a difference between the top seeds of the West at the moment and the lower seeds of the East.
Yeah, I definitely, to a degree, agree with that. I just feel like in this matchup in particular, Gusky, Cryptic, and Samba, and maybe, I don't know if it's a hot take, it definitely feels like a lukewarm take, but this is a very good combination of players. They work very, very well around each other. They spot each other very quickly. They are all on the same pace of play. Nobody's outdoing the other. Samba's not trying to do everything by himself, which a lot of people would expect at times. I think a lot of that mentality, they're all on the same boat.
It's all business goodness, bro.
He's just all into it. The entire squad is. And then on the other end of the field, you've got Fisher, and they're not necessarily the new guys on the block, but in terms of experience of playing at the top, right, it is a little bit more of a gap. And although, yes, games can be closer, we have seen where that difference in experience, aka the Akron-Oregon match, really just makes all the gap and difference in the world.
Yeah, now falls on to game 2. Remember, Samba, one of those players that has been in this position before many times on UTA, now on Columbia. One of the few transfers that has had almost just as much of a successful revitalization of his career thus far. So this one, going off the back wall, Cryptic will get the clear.
This one's still boxing Fisher in their half, just like we saw in that first game there. And Foul's gonna try and do everything he can to get out. Great challenge there from Zamba. Wins it, but ends up losing the second one to Jasper. And this is a breakaway. This could be really big for Fisher if they can do something with this very rare opportunity on the offensive attack.
Pace of play is starting to increase for Fisher as well. You can see they're taking their challenges a little bit earlier, trying to speed the offensive rotation a bit quicker. Balls, gonna send that downfield. And wall dash to it even. Samba waiting for the challenge, leaves it for Cryptic. Cryptic, I don't think he got the boost either, though this one is dangerous. Leaves it for Gusky. A terrible attempt at a clear. Gives Columbia the lead.
Oh my gosh, I feel bad. That first touch that goes in the corner there just unintentionally is a center for Columbia, because they're gonna be so up in your faces that if that just falls into the wrong place at the right time for them, that is an easy goal in net. So now you got to try and catch up. They might right here. Cryptic barely keeping this one out. I love that from them, and the pressure's not going to stop. Jasper almost manages to get the dunk and respond, but now it's the work back. Columbia forcing their way back through the Fisher half, but I got to give props to Fisher. This is the best they've looked in a minute. Reset through from Jasper.
Jasper makes this look smooth and easy, but a lot of this is on Gusky. He ran out of boost and just misread. Cryptic couldn't get there enough, but Jasper able to dunk it through. Now we're back to a tie game. Fisher showing signs of life.
They don't look bad. This is a much better Fisher. A lot of the times, me and Taco talked about it as well in that last series, that first game. For a lot of these teams, when you're coming into it as the quote-unquote underdog, you use that first game to gather as much information as you can on a team. You don't want to go full out and really just show every single thing that you are capable of, and that's what Fisher have done. They came into the second game a little bit more prepared. They understand that Columbia is going to pretty much be like way more attack heavy than they are defensively, so if you can beat them out just a bit, you have a better chance of keeping up. But this one's floating. Jasper barely keeping it out, and Fisher stay tied.
How about Columbia keeping the heat on right now? Samba still in position, going off the back wall, gets the second touch. Samba makes it work to give Columbia the 2-1.
Oh my gosh, my heart goes out to Diaz. He's not only on no boost, but he has to try and like preemptively figure out where this is going to go, because he doesn't know if it's going to be off a single touch or a double. Unfortunately for him, just it's a 50-50 guess at that point, and you guessed wrong. Fisher fall down by 1 in the lead, but Jasper's 50 could actually help them out. It just goes posted out. That's so unfortunate, but you have to shake it off and just get right back into it.
Oh no, but how can you get right back into it when Gusky's in your face, just taking advantage of this transition? I mean, look at the positioning though. All 3 members rotating so wide. No one really kind of prepared to deal with what Columbia had to offer in transition. They'll be able to extend their lead to 3-1.
I just like, you throw your hands up almost and you're like, dang, like Fisher really
shucks.
It's like, Fisher, you finally started, slightly figuring out a way to get out of your own half. You get to stay there for a little bit longer. These bumps pushing them out. 1v1 Jasper versus Cryptic. It's a loss and Cryptic wins this and saves it out, but Columbia, they just play so close and aggressive in the faces of Fisher that you can't make even the slightest of mistakes, or else you're going to get scored on. This one floating all the way back, and it's the same thing time and time again. Columbia just never letting up on the pressure or the aggressiveness.
Bamba flicks it. to the sidewall. Still takes possession. Diaz, not the best touch. Gusky taking the mid boost. Keep Fisher boost starved. Gusky over to Cryptic. 90 seconds remaining. This is in Colombia's favor, but with how the games have gone, it can go very differently, very quickly as Diaz makes it 3-2.
There is aggression and then there's over aggression. And unfortunately, you know, Colombia, they were just trying to bump Fisher out of their half and just be like, hey, everybody bump out of the way, whatever. The problem is if one guy on the ball is actually fully in control of his movement and has the boost and the space, he's gonna actually get past the defense that time. So Colombia now only leading by 1, a minute 14 on the clock here. This one falls right into the hands of Cryptic. Colombia gonna try and push past that mid.
Oh, these demos are starting to hurt Colombia, though. Thankfully, Samba is there to just stuff it away, and I think that's kind of what they need to rely on, is just read where the demos are coming from, but mitigate the damage as much as possible. Samba needs to cut soon, as Diaz will look to serve it up for Jasper. 50 seconds remaining, not too many possessions left. If Colombia can keep the score line, Fisher, they're slowly working towards it, and they're looking better and better, but it might be too little too late.
Yeah, 37 seconds. You really got to pull out some big stops here in the last few moments, but more importantly, get that ball away from Colombia. That was a great play there from Cryptic, and even better follow-up from Gusky. It all started out with a reset down to dead ball. I love this. It's just, again, Colombia, their connection is just a level above.
Yeah, the fake from Cryptic was honestly next level. It was so well timed. Jasper, all he could really do and think about was just get the ball away. Thankfully, Gusky was there for the rebound. So this one almost puts it within, out of reach for Fisher, though we have seen crazier things with 20 seconds. Jasper almost puts this one on. Falls looking to keep the possession for Fisher. He'll try and get it over. He actually does. It's going to go off the backboard. Gusky has a difficult read. It's going to be Diaz coming in, looking for the second touch. Can he get it through? No. This will be another game win here for Columbia College.
Unfortunate for Fisher, but if you're a Columbia College fan or a Samba fan, you're sitting on match point. Things are looking good. Potential sweep territory at that, although I will say on paper, it doesn't quite match up. I feel like Fisher did have a lot of good progress in the second game, although, yes, they closed it just a little bit. They did look better by a decent margin in comparison to game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fisher, they're trying to play towards their strength. They're trying to play a bit more speedy ball. They're doing everything to just demo as much as possible because, of course, when you have Samba and you can tilt him, that might work out. But again, with how much Samba has been here before, he is totally willing to just let those demos come and play towards the opposite end. Just try and get those clears as much as possible and then play off the transition. I think we saw 2 or 3 times where it's just these transitions came through. They were able to beat Fisher's rotation and completely dismantle whatever they had to offer. So Columbia, they're playing like a strong Western team. I am very happy with what I'm seeing right now. I don't know how much they'll be able to continue this going forward, but to what they're dealing with right now ahead of them, Cryptic, Samba, Gusky, definitely doing what they need to do to take care of Fisher.
Oh, for sure. They look good. They're really, honestly, it comes down to the basics. They are just playing their game. This is their play style. It works well against Fisher, being able to play hyper aggressive at the right times, spotting each other, finding each other, those quick follow-ups from all the way around, no matter what combination from Columbia come through almost every single time. And that's kind of what's been missing from Fisher. They've had a couple opportunities, some of which that could have gone in, but they're all missing. And Columbia just continue to do what we've seen time and time again.
Oh, I love this so much, and I would love to just dismantle all of this. I mean, look at it. Cryptic was going for the pinch off of the back wall. Samba was playing the first man, just demo hunting the entire time. It was so well orchestrated that Fisher really had no answer, despite the fact Columbia had little boost to speak of. Columbia, they are playing team ball.
It's just, they're so so good and fluid. I say as they double commit to drive that ball upfield, but even then...
Listen, it's a Samba team. It's going to be spaghetti.
Yeah, eventually you're going to see the weird, normal things come through, but at least on-target shots are coming of it. That's really all that matters at this point. And even a goal from the man himself, Samba, there to give them up 2-0.
Samba, of course, always there. Rocking the Bat Dog profile pic, which any of you in the CCA server knows everything about. He is making that his complete identity because, of course, Bat Dog will always be there. Samba making this 2-0, being the hero for Colombia.
Not too bad of an early start of this game. And to make it 3-0 is Cryptic again. Colombia just doing an incredible job of spotting each other and realistically just spotting those holes in the defense, and Fisher just not even facing the right way on that one there. And 3-0, you are digging yourself a grave.
I can already hear Bass in the background, in the back room, just screaming at the top of his lungs. West is back, baby. As the double commit from Fisher will look to try and make this a better scoreline for them. Diaz will put it off the corner. Will be red. Samba with the clear as Cryptic chases it.
And still just keeping that pressure on. Again, even when Fisher get this ball out of their half, it's stuck mid, or it's just a half token attempt at a shot on target here. Just continues to fall into the hands of Colombia almost every single time. This is one of the better moments, though. They finally catch them out of it. It's on target. Jasper to go through.
I am curious as to what was going on here. I think Gusky, they went for the sidewall. Cryptic just misread the touch. Samba nowhere to be found. It's just quite simple spaghetti. So it's still within reach for Fisher College, but it will be a bit of a mountain to climb considering the level that Colombia is playing at.
For sure. It is definitely a tough one to start to get back into. However, 328 is plenty of time to get back into this one. That's the difference. Scoring a whole bunch at the beginning and holding on to it is a lot harder than going for a shootout in that second half of the game there. 3:15 on the clock, and Fisher slowly starting to get back into things here. Cryptic pushing this one forward, trying to force it through, but all of Fisher standing their ground, and they keep this one out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fisher, they're starting to get a read on what Colombia is doing offensively. You can see Gusky almost like playing the second man right at the goal line. Diaz going to put this high, going to go for the second touch, and he does! Diaz breathes life into Fisher College.
Not too bad. Again, it's coming from following each other up, but they forced the space off the backboard. That was a high placement there, and an even better follow-up. 3-2 with less than 3 to go. Fisher College put themselves back in this one.
Oh, I'm not. Do I cash curse this? Do I bait everyone? Surely Colombia don't choke a 3-0 lead. Surely. But Fisher, they're looking much better. They're looking a bit cleaner, more aggressive, wanting to play this series.
Definitely do. They're definitely not giving up by any means. We've seen this so many times, but nobody's been able to get back into it successfully. I truly do not know what is going on. Both ends of the field, everybody is team bumping. It looks ridiculous, but finally, Samba a clear out. Air dribble all the way through. Nasty, tiny double off the side. And Samba to give Colombia the lead.
The man is not known for his mechs, but when he pops off in a big way, giving Colombia the 4-2 lead.
Dang. I don't think I've ever seen Samba do something like that, if I'm being honest.
The man hasn't played like this good since like his prime UTA days. Gusky wants to give this the better lead, but Cryptic will look for Gusky wide. Colombia, they're on another level right now.
They really are. Samba just trying to send this one back into the hands of any of his teammates. Cryptic there to catch. Low on boost, sends that one crazy upfield with the power in it, and pressure's not going to stop there. Another spot to Samba. This one put out mid, and Fisher College, you got to get a grip on this ball. The second it falls into your hands, it's got to stay there. The problem is Colombia doing way too good of a job at taking that ball back so quickly, and with that tug-of-war of power, eventually it's going to break. Colombia's going to find their way through again. 5th goal on the board.
the 5th goal for them, and the moment this 50 came through, Cryptic was already cutting, and it was all over from here. A little under 90 seconds. Fisher, they've shown they have the mechs at times to make this work, but this was a mountain. Now you have an entire lead like this to overcome. You got an ocean to traverse.
118. You're resetting forward and trying to get back into it, but it is just so difficult. It might be too little too late, although Faust is going to put them on. You're only trailing by 2. This seems a lot more doable.
If Columbia can lock things down in the defensive end, just try and cut down on these mistakes, it will be easier for them, but Fisher are going to be throwing everything they have at you. They have played against the best teams that we have in the nation consistently. Now it's on them to be able to bring some of that playstyle that has made their season work into this series.
1 minute. That is what stands between Columbia College and a sweep right now as they hang on to their 2-goal lead, trying to turn it into 3. And Fisher College, they just got to take this 1 game, 1 goal, 1 moment at a time here. Jasper and Diaz working together to spot each other, but Samba, every interceptive touch keeps us in possession of Columbia. Gusky to clear out mid, wasting precious time. The quick turnaround from Jasper. Great flick, but Samba with a save that just, as time is going on, is chipping away at the hope of Fisher's dreams.
You can see Fisher, they're even slowing down. Oh, just kidding. Cryptic having to dive for this one. Diaz not willing to let it go just yet. The 50 comes through. Jasper able to put it in. We're down to a lead of 1 with 15 seconds remaining. Fisher, can you pull off a miracle?
This is what I was talking about during predictions. They get so close to the top and then it starts crumbling for literally no reason. Fisher College throwing themselves out this ball at this net. Twice they've been successful. They need to do it 1 more time in regulation. 5 seconds left on the clock. This one in the corner. Cryptic's touch keeps it out. Gusky pass out. Diaz keeps it in play. This one is being respected. Cryptic's going for the 0 second. The disrespect to let them know where they stand. It's a sweep for Columbia College.
Jasper left the server immediately. Gusky talking smack. Says maybe the 4th school's the charm. Absolutely ruthless from Columbia. Taking it in the sweep. No questions need to be asked anymore about this team. Columbia have played phenomenally.
That's so mean. I'm reading this chat. Dear Lord, I'm not even reading that. We're looking at the replays.
It's bad. It's bad. There is beef right now.
There is definite beef, but you know what? Columbia College, they get to build on their roster, build on their repertoire as well as the weekend goes on. Fisher College falling 3-0 to Columbia and to Samba. And my goodness, I mean, you look at some of these replays, the attempts made at the last few moments to get back into it. Ultimately, still, it just was never going to be enough, especially for a Samba that has a little bit of a peak moment. He's going to come at me on Twitter for saying that, but have your moment, man. Take your flowers.
I guarantee you right now, I'm gonna go to Summer General, and I'm gonna be seeing Samba post the bat dog image right now, and it's guaranteed. It's gonna happen. Okay, so let's bring in the rest of the desk. Bass, the West is here to play.
Finally did it. We finally got one, and I'll take the one, honestly. And at the same time, it's still another blowout. And again, it's close games. We do get series where, it goes back and forth. But I mean, Taco, we can't seem to get a game 5 tonight for the life of us.
No, and that's the difficulty of trying to be able to predict these games at times. I think we're doing pretty well overall in terms of our predictions, but it is so difficult to be able to be in these situations and actually get yourself over the finish line because every game is contentious, but typically the best teams are going to be able to find their way to get those goals, or more importantly, keep out a bunch of shots. Because after a while, this was kind of a shooting gallery, but when you just have the better offense, eventually you are going to hit the target more often.
I mean, I don't know if I necessarily want to compliment them on a series that almost had no defense whatsoever on either side. I will say it was definitely more impressive on the side of Columbia here. And honestly, this is kind of what we continue to state the entire season, Seb, is that this Columbia team is well-rounded. They have a lot of good pieces, and altogether they are extremely capable. And even against the Fisher, who maybe individually many people would look at with more accolades on each player, they handled them pretty easily.
And when I look at Columbia too, I think what impresses me most is like they have a really strong mix of just good individual mechanics. Sure, they might be a little dated, but they make it work. But then really good comms in transition, in good team plays. We saw it multiple times between all three members. I mean, really, I don't think there was a single member who didn't, pop off or wasn't involved in some sort of way. Fisher, they just didn't really look as clean in comparison. There was a lot of times where I saw them really caught out of rotation. Like all three members were committed to a play and they were immediately punished by Columbia. It was all over the place for Fisher. Columbia were just very consistent, very strong at punishing. They looked really good in the offensive end. Like, yeah, the defense was, but the offense really worked out for them.
I mean, the offense is what won them this series. And now with only one series left to go, Herc, are we finally going to get a Game 5? When we get back from this break, are we finally going to be able to get the series we've been waiting for?
There is a chance. I believe. Yeah, please, somebody did try a little harder.
I don't.
Please, please, I beg of you. And Chad, I hope you beg as well, because we got a quick break. But when we return, our final series of the day, it is Ball State versus SDSU. And my goodness, you are not going to want to miss it. It's the Wova Masterclass of the mobile setup versus an SDSU who snuck in here with none other than the very legendary Ace Zapatos. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with our final series of the day.
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let NelnetBank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.
We're back for the final time tonight with CCA Summer Series Playoffs, sponsored by NelnetBank. And I gotta say, we haven't exactly had back and forth matches here tonight. It's been 3-0, 3-0, and we got 3-1. And honestly, Taco, it might be the most unexpected team to get the singular game off their opponents.
A little bit. Oregon doing their best job of the kind of upset train, but unfortunately they got knocked off that train because they did not have a ticket to the next round. So Akron able to patrol that pretty well. I do like how well they did play. It was, I would say, a surprising result just because it wasn't just like, oh, well, 3 dominant victories, then, Oregon squeaked one out. It was like very close, 3 straight OTs, eventually going the way of Oregon. I think after a while, it's almost like they just ran out of energy. They just could not maintain that level against Akron. So who knows how Oregon's going to look in the fall. But that's just another sneak preview of another dominant West team, which we will get another nice perspective, another team that has a decent amount of potential, especially on an upswing late in the season.
Upswing late in the season. The issue is they're taking down a former national champion. It is Ball State versus San Diego State University for our final matchup of the night. And I mean, we know these rosters, one of them a little bit more familiar than the other side here, and a Ball State that has been great the entire time. But Seb, there's an asterisk to Ball State here tonight. Wova's on the mobile setup. He is on vacation. He brought his PC with him, brought his monitors with him. Is that going to be enough to, negate what is basically a debuff for this team?
I don't know if we have the picture, if we gave it to production, but I would love if we could show it. That would be incredible. Yeah, he is literally bringing the full setup with him as much as possible. I believe he's on a laptop and everything. And yeah, he's going to be playing on kind of whatever internet, the way that I'm seeing it right now. He currently has 44 ping, which is surprisingly good considering he's better than Zapatos right now in terms of ping. This might turn out better than I think we're expecting. And the fact is like he is on a resort right now on a beach. You can't get much more emblematic for Summer Series than doing that.
I mean, it really has been, I'm not going to say a cakewalk for this team, but it really has felt like just a victory lap and a vacation at that. Like we said, Ball State are already national champions this year. They won a national championship in Texas in May, so they've got a lot riding for them. On the other side of this one, though, Hurt, you said you had a gut feeling about SDSU.
Oh, gosh.
I feel like it's slowly dissipating based on the chats I'm seeing in our production server.
Yeah, it is definitely slightly going away. I might have made my prediction already. However, I will say, for some reason, my gut went SDSU, and that scares even me. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe the ping comes into play later or something, but no, I think this is a team that shouldn't be counted out. I think throughout the day, we've seen it even with Akron and Oregon and Columbia and Fisher in those last 2 series. It was much closer game to game than a lot of people were processing, in particular the Akron-Oregon game. And this is another example of that really top team, pretty much the same scoreline, to getting into this one. But yeah, this is the infamous setup, guys, if you haven't seen the tweet yet.
It's so good. There are multiple aspects of this that I want to point out. First off, the fact that he brought his PC with him. You can see the desktop at the bottom of the screen. Dude, I don't know. Either you don't fly with it or you drive. One of the 2 options.
I would not trust.
Oopsies, I'm muted, but you check it in like a normal person, just like people do with everything else, and then, or you caress it with loving arms so it doesn't break.
I
It'd be my carry-on on the flight.
Yeah, I was about to say,
just hold it in my lap the entire time.
Check a desktop. Literally could not pay me money to do that. So before we go away from this photo, though, not only do I want to point out that obviously he brought the desktop with him, did anybody else notice that he not only brought a monitor, he brought both of his monitors, but kept them on the stand and then didn't mount the stand to the wall. So it's just literally sitting there on this deck. There is not a more scuffed setup, but I will say this
much.
Why would you
mount it to the wall in a rental?
Because it's going to fall on him. That's like 10 to 20 pounds worth of monitors. That is going to collapse on top. Dude, I don't want that dog getting hurt.
That's a television.
Dude, that's the TV.
That's a television that comes in the room.
TV.
Wait, so
what does your setup look like?
That's mounted to the wall.
He's
got a
vacation
TV
monitor
for the rental, bro.
can't
Have
tell
you been
if that
on
is
vacation
mounted.
before?
I think
have
he's
been on
bringing power
vacation.
tools.
I was gonna say, I can't see
That is like a 45-inch television right there.
He's like, yeah, dude, that's my monitor.
The angles got
from
him.
the pole below it. I was about to say, if that's the monitor setup he brought with it. Wait, what? Okay, actually, wait. This actually makes even less sense.
He's using the
Oh
small
my
one for his
Is
boost
it
meter.
like stacked next to the TV? This makes less sense the more I look into it. Regardless, this is what Wob was playing with for the weekend, and he seems to have good ping. He seems to be playing fine at this point. This is. I don't know if this is for better or for worse, because honestly, as much as this is a good setup, I still feel like this is a detriment to the team, despite the fact that he's on 40 ping, despite the fact that he is on his quote-unquote home setup because of the monitor and the desktop.
I mean,
it's because he doesn't have the $2,000 gamer chair.
That's what I was about to bring up, Seb. Thank you so much. The biggest factor that we have not touched on is that he's got his 144 hertz, maybe 240 hertz monitor. He's got this full PC, so no latency issues or anything. He's got a keyboard so he can type and get all that stuff figured out, but he doesn't have a gamer chair. A wooden-backed kind of soft cushion on the bottom, but that's it. I mean, that one thing for your posture, but we all know, like, about 80% of all pro skill comes from the chair.
It's from the chair, dude. Like just go and get one, and you will notice like you go up 3 ranks instantly to like SSL.
Yeah, First Go is only as good as he is because he spent $4,000 on a premium chair.
And then,
there's
like-
no other
No,
reason.
It's his
I was
org
going to say, then
product.
like $100,000 on the marble flooring in his room as well on top of that.
Don't forget the
Pure marble
$20,000
room.
on the bikes.
Exactly.
yeah,
But
yeah,
either
the
way, I mean,
Pelotons, too.
it's a little tough. But at the end of the day, we're not going to pretend like having an Oath is going to be a hassle for him. Even if Wob is struggle busting a little bit, Ball State's still going to be quite the task to overcome for SDSU, particularly because SDSU lost some pretty awkward series within the West. But then down the stretch, I mean, they're kind of showing off. They're playing real competitive against a bunch of different rosters. You can tell they're locked in. They're having some fun here in the pregame lobby.
Again, this is one of the only rosters the entirety of the season in the West that is taking a win off of SEU, St. Edward's University. Again, St. Edward's has wins against OC, Columbia, and Maryville at this point. 2 of those teams are in the upper bracket. One of them is the only West team to have made it through the lower bracket here today. So San Diego State trying to join them there. I'm not necessarily going to say that they have great odds for it, but I'll give them this buff, Herc. They have all their cams on. I think they might be the first team since our first series to have everybody with a camera.
Straight
why,
respect. Honestly, it'll give them powers.
Why West is
kinda
better,
needs
by the way, because they actually use their cameras, by the way.
Okay.
Just saying, by the
You
way.
know what? I'll take that.
These
Anything to
teams,
give like
by
West
the way,
a buff.
stop ego in the cameras, by the way.
I don't really know if they're going to stop that, but we can take a look over at the cams for the other team if there are any. I'm honestly waiting to see if we switch over. There's quite literally none. Oh no, there's literally no. Okay, no cameras at all for our East team here today.
Wow.
Never mind.
No
Seb, you
proof
can
it's them
actually-
playing.
Yeah, go back to your propaganda at this point. You're allowed to continue this.
Yeah, West team's better just because they use their cameras.
All right,
So-
cool. That was the
Yeah.
short and sweet propaganda. Love to hear
Yeah.
that. Chat, well, we've talked a lot about this matchup. We've gotten ready to get this matchup started here, but the one thing we still need to do is predict who's winning this series. And chat, I hope you guys can do that as well if you'd like to get some imaginary points alongside with us. And I guess farm us for our points. Because at this point, has anybody gone positive in their points tonight? I don't think anybody's actually gone positive. Taco, did you go
Twice.
positive?
I've literally not been wrong yet, so I don't know what slander you're throwing out my way.
Did you put points down on that though? I thought you only put points down on the
I
one
didn't
match.
put money on Columbia though, only because it was like 90-2, and I was like, I'm not getting anything out of that. So it's like I was debating putting on Fisher out of just to get like if it was an upset, it might have been like a huge
That's what I
return.
did.
But I was like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna not bet at all. Keep everyone else to have their share.
You know what? Here's a good thing. You don't get to bet in chat quite yet here. Actually, I think the prediction is now up, so technically you can. But you do get
Yes.
to be the first on the desk here. Who are you taking for this one?
Well, West uses their camera more because they know that they're probably not going to be in playoffs that much longer. Or got to be shown on stream while they can. I think SDSU is one of those teams. Ball State's too good. I don't care where Wob is playing. He could be playing on the surface of the moon on 400 ping. I still think Ball State is good enough to be able to take this series.
Smoked! Oh, West
This is,
is shambles!
I will say this much. If any West team gets the upset tonight, like
Yes.
we've given them so much fuel for whatever fire.
This is all
honestly.
bulletin board material. You can hang me up in your facility and you can say, wow, Taka doesn't know what he's talking about. But for right now, I'm preaching what I believe in. And until a West team actually does that, then it turns out I can just talk as much trash as I want.
He is perfect on his bracket so far here today. Hurt, you've been pretty good today on your predictions so far. You didn't put out a bracket, but maybe you can redeem yourself with one last win on the prediction. Who you got for this one?
I think I'm still gonna go Ball State on it. To be honest, the ping doesn't seem too rough, and I don't know. I will say though, my gut went SDSU. So if I'm wrong, I just will never pick against myself again.
Seb, I mean, here's the thing. We're setting up the jinx. So far, it's been good tonight. Are we continuing on with the trend?
Yes, I'm going Ball State. Are you kidding, dude? Listen, SDSU, I'm always pleasantly happy whenever they surprise me. They've had like decent runs from time to time or whatever. They're really fun to watch. I'm sorry, but I kind of agree with Taco, even though he was a little harsh. A little harsh. Okay, Taco, a little. But I agree. It's like Wova could literally be playing on another planet and he'll be fine. You know?
I mean, he's locked in. He's ready to go. He seems like he's ready to take this one, and that's why we're going to take the desk in a sweep. It's 4 of us going for Ball State versus an SDSU who, look, I will say this much. If they get this might be upset of the season. I understand that UTA taking a win over Columbia was crazy, but like this would be unfathomably insane. Again, SDSU, this is their first semester as a team. This is a brand new roster for Zapatos being added. And this is a Ball State who, as I've mentioned, are coming off of not just a national championship, but also a national championship runner-up. The 2 worst performances for them out of the leagues they played in the spring were first and second. Ball State got a lot riding for them right now, and on top of that, they're the only team to beat Northwood during the regular season of Summer Series as well. The accolades just kind of stack at this point. Like, I don't really know where they end for Ball State here.
I would argue that this is probably the biggest lopsided in terms of just pure team caliber, arguably. I think SDSU have taken some decent wins. They're doing all right for themselves, but Ball State is coming in at another level and is like one of those perennial East teams we were talking about. One of those teams that the moment we made our predictions on Champ League Show, at Champ League Show, we immediately put them as they're qualing, if not winning. And this is the start of that journey. So this is a difficult task, to say the least, for SDSU.
All I'm going to say is that last time that Ball State had some momentum behind them, Corelli predicted them perfectly through the lower bracket. And in that lower bracket, they took something like 5 wins in a row. In order to perfect that, in order to replicate that perfection, that performance, they got to do it again. Ball State versus SDSU, lower round number 1, our final matchup of the day. Let's get things started.
It is the match of the Reds this evening. SDSU versus Ball State, the closest we really have to a David versus Goliath matchup, as Ball State look to live up to their seed and SDSU look to carry the pride of the West, Taco.
And one thing I do have to mention is that Zapatos has been able to join this SDSU squad, and joining NPleb, a good striking partnership that they've been able to form, but also something to point out, West loves their demos. We pointed out in the St. Edward's series that you and I cast to start the day. Dino, first in all of CRL in demos, 3.97. The player behind him by just 0.05, Zapatos, 3.92 demos per game for that player. So I definitely feel like Ball State, they'll feel comfortable with their odds in this game, but they're going to have to watch their back.
Yeah, they're not going to just be able to rest on their laurels and carry what they have been in the East, especially when you have NPleb putting flicks on like this. SDSU kick us off.
And able to see NPleb actually get bumped by his teammate, which I thought this was all just going to unravel, but instead Wova just in that kind of awkward in-between where they're a little bit too far away to challenge, but they got to eventually go. NPleb cannot time that better, and also very difficult job. Get the flick over the defender, but also underneath the bar enough.
So Dog, SDSU wanting to impress the world. Oath giving it to Ga. Cross pitch. Maybe one more for Ga. Can't get the 50 to his advantage. SDSU will carry it across.
Oh, NPleb, that's a really nice beat. Wova's going to be late to it. Dog will not, and that's going to be a second for SDSU. Lightning quick on that transition. Look at this beat out of Oath.
I just thought someone was going to be there. Wova turned for it. I think it was a bit of an awkward miscomm. Ga tries to reach for it, but SDSU playing speedy.
And NelnetBank is a player that really, you don't see him on broadcast too often with SDSU, but there has been several times where he has had pop-off performances, and it's because he is fearless on these challenges. He will go right down the middle at you, and honestly, how often can we say that Oath is going to be torched to an aerial, especially in a critical moment like that one? Dog trying to extend it yet again into the middle, but not going to find that pass. SDSU, I think they need to go the path of Oregon in the sense that they cannot allow Ball State to breathe, and if they see an opening, they need to go for it 100% with no hesitation.
I mean, if there is one trend that we've seen thus far when it comes to the West teams is that even if they do lose, they play well above their ability and what we expect out of them against some of these super strong Eastern teams that we have here. And this might be another tale to that story as Oath looks to put in the offensive end.
It's a really nice layoff to Zapatos. That's going to be a crazy read, but one of the most mechanical players that we have in, I would say, all of Summer Series right now, is kind of a bordering on freestyler at times in terms of the clips that he posts. But I don't know if you're going to be able to pull that off in a competitive game. Gun might show him how to do a double tap, but Zapatos able to save that one. Oath into the corner. Is that again stepping in the way, and
Wow,
again
that's
a
another.
double dunk, coast to coast, no team required.
SDSU firmly on the board and looking quite comfortable as Zapatos getting 2 on, 2 dunks through with a 3-0 scoreline. SDSU, I mean, this is not what we were expecting coming to start this series.
I don't think this is what Ball State was expecting, but like I said, like you don't really root against it. Of course, I'm trash talking the desk, but it's mostly just flowery language to say in the end of the day, I think Ball State wins this. But in the way that they win it, I don't really know, and I don't really care. I'm looking for entertaining Rocket League, and right now we are getting that. Ball State, they're trying to join up on the scoring. Looks like SDSU, the net is closed for business right now, 2 minutes in.
Both in the waiting. Zapatos, Wova needs to get there, and he does. And I'm starting to see Ball State, they're leaving a lot of room in their transition, which is just really giving too much room over to SDSU to pretty much play with the ball as they see fit.
Bug able to, I think, try and tap that down even further to the corner. Zap was looking downfield for the ball, but instead it's going to be Wova with the tap down to Guff. Fake underneath one, over top of Dog, but the deflection does keep things a little bit more interesting as Zapatos able to get their boost and hold down. Also a very valid ones player within the scene for quite a lot of time, and you know he's going to be using that capability as much as possible. So too will Ball State as the solo play attempts to go downfield, but Wova immediately just cyberbullied off the ball.
Wova, no boost. Going to make the transition hurt. And Pleb, Oath, good read off the back wall. That could have been disastrous. 2 minutes remaining. Ball State need to get on the board. Oath, can you change that? No. Wova looking to keep it in the orange half. We'll get a demo for his efforts. Wova can't be dogged to the ball. Oath going to put it up high. We're going to see go for the shot. Pass over to Wova, but well read by Npleb.
I think Gud just got a bad read on that one. Overcooked it a little bit. Too much time in the kettles. That one could have been a shot, I think, on near post, but the layoff to Wova. It's understandable, but it didn't even look like Wova was truly ready for it. I don't think Ball State is panicking. 90 seconds is a lot to work with, but right now they're trying these slow buildups, and they're getting shoved into their half. Dog with the catch-up flip reset, no 50.
Really the first time where I've seen Ball State just look like they're getting completely outpaced and just overexposed, essentially getting beat to these challenges almost immediately from the likes of SDSU. I mean, this is such a change of pace, I think, to what Ball State are typically used to.
High lob. Oath is going to be onto this one. Npleb is backpedaling. Oath knows it. He tries to go underneath, and yet stays with it is Npleb. Getting yet another deflection as Wova rings around. Good 50. How about a demo? Not going to help. Oath fully boosted up. Might be able to send this across. Wova's lurking. That's a shot on target.
What?
Dog with a save. Will finally find the way through for Ball State, but that's only step number 1.
Exactly. Look how much that Ball State had to work for this goal. I mean, the amount of opportunities they tried to create for themselves. They got a demo early. They got another bump, but still SDSU able to get the save. And it wasn't until another rebound came through where they finally able to crack open the net to try and make a dent in this scoreline. So 40 seconds remaining. Ball State, they may have a chance if they can get this possession.
Pleb off the ceiling. I don't think you can say he's lacking for any confidence, and I don't think SDSU, the way they're playing, should be doubting themselves at all. Nice little handoff from Azap to Dog, and Pleb should be able to beat this first aerial out, and with a demo coming through, that's going to be a little shorthanded for Ball State. Zaps up. Oath, a brilliant save, but that's not going to cut it. They still need 2 more. They got to go all the way back down. Just escaping their half is a task for Ball State right now.
And Zap is cutting so much right now, but it works in his favor as he just continues this pressure. This one's put on. Dog going for another shot. This one is all but done and dusted here for SDSU, proving us all wrong thus far as they're able to strike out early against Ball State with a Game 1 win.
I think right now, if you are slowly getting into things, you are just getting a cold splash of water right in your face if you're Ball State. That is not the way that you want to get into this, particularly because this is a best of 5, as you can see on our post-match scoreboard. When you're looking at a game like this, dropping a game in a best of 7 is something you can forgive, but right now, you're already on the back foot. You don't have too many lives left, so therefore, Ball State wants to verify that they are on the best possible server. They're going to ask for a change, and we'll have to see if that's really the main root of their issues.
Yeah, you called it a cold splash of water to the face, and I'm thinking it's like a cold shower at this point. They need to figure something out, and they're thinking that a server change will be the answer to do it, which sometimes that does work out if they're able to manage, but other times you're just icing out and essentially kind of not giving yourselves really enough time to think. And thus far, I mean, SDSU, this was not how we're expecting. I think literally everyone in chat is freaking out because if SDSU get this would be, I think, the biggest upset of the bracket, bar none.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing that we need to keep in mind is that I don't think we'd be that, I would say, erratic after a game like this if it was a 2-1 or if it was just kind of like an overtime win. It's like, all right, good job. But just the way that started, every single thing that Ball State was throwing on offense not only was getting rejected, but then turned around. I mean, talk about, in my opinion, play of the day, one of the plays of the day, Azap getting the 50 in the middle, getting another 50, and then dunking it over the top of Oath for the cross-field goal. I mean, that's just a pure solo play from a player that, as we mentioned, the one's capabilities usually come in, not normally that quickly in a row.
All right, so we're going to try for another server as this time SDSU's ping was a bit higher. But you want to know what it is, Taco? It's because SDSU have cameras, and they're the only team with cameras, and that is working out. And it's the camera buff.
I mean, that is a nice thing. You can also see them smile, and they're having a good time. And that's honestly half of, I think, the struggle sometimes when you're trying to figure out how to play a game is that I think there is an element of coming in too nervous. You're a little bit more shaky hands because you're thinking to yourself, man, this is such a hard game. We have to play perfectly. But honestly, after that first game, they're like, yeah, it looked good. And even Gusky in chat just winning it over the last series for Columbia. And apparently was saying that, honestly, SDSU should be fine because apparently they scrimmed him earlier and they're playing really, really well. So potentially this is just SDSU playing at their peak potential. And to be honest, I feel like every team, it seems like, has come in, especially from the West, with really the best possible gameplay that we could have expected.
Yeah, I really can't think of a team that has necessarily played badly. I mean, even Fisher had some highlight moments, even though they did kind of play a little poorly. But especially from the West teams, they really came out to play. And I think the only reason why I think they lost as much as they did today is just because there is a gap between the East and West at the end of the day, especially when you're looking at some of the seeds. But SDSU, they are playing well and above what we are used to seeing from them. We saw brief glimpses of it when they took down, for example, St. Edwards in the regular league play. And ever since then, because that was early, we've been wanting to see more and more of that. But now we might actually be seeing it.
Yeah, and I think when we do have a new lobby, as everyone seems to have joined this one, everyone seems to be decent amount immediately approved by SDSU, as they're actually down all the way to just about 50 ping, it seems like, on their side. And really everyone, this is actually a goated server that we actually just happen to get for this matchup. So I'll probably be able to start pretty soon. But this does kind of act as a de facto timeout for Ball State. And I think that will be beneficial, maybe just to remind themselves, hey, we really need to actually start out this game a lot more convincingly, because I think they came in a little passive and immediately got punished for it.
Yeah, I think BK is definitely in there trying to talk to the team. Who am I? Why am I forgetting the coach right now?
Too fast.
Yeah, of course it's Too Fast. So Too Fast, absolutely in there. He is of course, well-respected, well-tenured former CRL player, still a high-ranking player as well. Absolutely in the comms, trying to figure things out with the team, just trying to, settle things down. But even though for server changes, like realistically, you shouldn't be talking to each other, but at the end of the day, they're just trying to get warm, figure things out, because again, that game one was a shock.
Yeah, and we will be able to potentially see the continuation of the series, because it looks like server's been approved, and so we'll be able to roll into this next game on Utopia fairly soon. But SDSU, I mean, this can kind of be seen as an iced type of mentality, as you just came off a really nice win, you're feeling good, it's flowing, and then you have to say, okay, well, unfortunately, we have to wait for another 3-4 minutes to actually get into this. I don't know if it's going to affect them that much. I feel like when you win a game like that, you're just hyped to get into the next one. I mean, that seems to be a continuation of scrims from what we have heard so far, and if they're playing hot, I think it's really on Ball State to not only pick up the defense, but also the offense just entirely unconvincing.
Yeah, I really, because what we're so used to seeing from Ball State is just like really strong team play. It's not like they'll come at you with insane mechs, which they will from time to time because they have that capability, but it's really, really fast, really like decisive team plays that will just break you down like bit by bit, but we haven't really seen too much of it. I also want to give a quick shout out to Eeyore, who is also former SDSU player, one of the GOATs for SDSU, coming in to support his team as SDSU continue their journey in this series to see if they can perform the upset.
And personally, I'd have to start with both teams just making sure they start to control the midfield. That's honestly been a huge factor for all teams that have been playing today. If you're able to kind of pen a team in, maybe if you're not getting continuous shot, that's one thing, but getting those boost steals, kind of like NelnetBank just did, can be massive for your chances, especially to be able to throw everyone off balance. Kind of like when Zap cuts past one, plays for a 50. That's a wide open shot for Dog and really has to do better than that. Maybe NelnetBank can make up for it. Wova getting in the way just in time.
You can see NelnetBank, he was reaching for that angle, trying to angle his car to be as such, but it just didn't turn out in his way. Regardless, SDSU coming out early once again. A little team up and like the clear. That was a little funny as NelnetBank. He'll look for the clear of his own. SDSU starting to cook and gut, trying to maintain that midfield pressure. Oh, what a great 50 from him, but not be able to score off it.
Ambien maybe a little bit more boost, that's something, but Wova also wants that one back on the first attempt. High lob, Zap does not have it. Oath open shot and tries to put it low, and recovery, albeit a double commit, will be able to make SDSU save their hides for a bit longer. Zap gets a dunk and the double down the line.
Yeah.
He's been playing phenomenally on all these challenges.
It's insane because he's just so aggressive and really has no care in the world. Even when he's on low boost, he's going for it always. That's kind of a symptom that we're seeing from SDSU is they're really cutting at a bunch of inopportune times seemingly, but then it just somehow works in their favor. Every single possession is fought for. NelnetBank, the wave land here. This could be dangerous. His Dog, keep it out of reach for Ball State.
Go into the ceiling, should have a double. Trying to extend it, trying to go for the double off the backboard. That will be rejected. Oath going for it himself, also going to put this one wide. A lot better by Ball State, but I don't blame them for trying to get the pixel-perfect finishes. But at this point, just put it under the bar. You got to get something after all this effort, and instead, it's going to be Zap taking it down, and not for that cut from Guh. Could have been a dangerous 1v1 with Wova.
SDSU holding on, Dog, having to rotate back, and he does. Managing this pressure from Ball State very efficiently. They're not letting the lack of boost concern them all too much. Zap looking for the clear, carries it all the way across. Dog, good demo from Oath. This might be an open net. Zapdos, last man back, needs a good 15. He does. Wova is demoed, and that completely breaks down Ball State's offense.
Not only that, but NelnetBank's going to get the extension, as I saw another demo come through, but unfortunately it's actually going to be on SDSU. Zap was a sitting target, and of course, easy to take out. Dog, speaking of, takes Guh out of the rotation. If NelnetBank was a bit closer, maybe something could steal away from Oath, but instead, it's into the ceiling for Guh to put again to that backboard. Really had to lean backwards. Ball State still looking a bit imprecise, but the ideas are there, and I'm sure it's only a matter of time before they start picking their lanes a bit cleaner.
Why is God giving Zap so much room, especially when he's just coming into your face like that? Oath will be demoed. Oh, this is a scoreless affair. Both teams have had decent chances. SDSU has definitely been on the back foot more times than we'd like to think, but NelnetBank will put a change to that. Go! Reaches back just in time to break the transition. Dog not wanting to let it go, though. Both teams having decent chances.
Demo, Dog gets one. He's going for Guh. He can't catch up to him as Guh barely evades with nothing left in the tank, and is now able to go forward, steal some boost. Fake on Zap. Trying to go a little bit over top of Dog, but a good read by SDSU. I really like how often they're going for these pre-jumps on defense. It's forcing Ball State that if they want to play that slow passive route, that they have to make sure that first touch is flawless.
90 seconds. Guh does have the height advantage. Might go for the second touch. Will the teammate be inbound? Oath will try for it. Dog, need a good 50, and he does. Guh, again, look at the passivity from Ball State. They're just letting SDSU throw what they have at them to go immediately back into the offense.
Zap off the corner. That's a heavy touch. Oh, to the back post. Go! He's going to doink that over. Look at the finesse on the finish.
That's such a risky touch to make because especially at this angle, you don't know if you're making the save for it, but he angled it perfectly, breaking the deadlock, leaving SDSU 1 minute to try for a tie.
The first time Ball State has led in this series, which is a strange thing to say, especially when we're not just in a game number 1, but at the very least, something they can hold on to with a lot of pride. Not like SDSU is out of it. Only 3 shots, but they've been certainly probing around the Ball State half. Dog is trying to do the same here, but with so much boost in the tank, he can only really just knock it into the middle, play for a 50, which is exactly what Gud does. Oath trying to get there and also not going to be connected. So SDSU still keeping up the fast challenge game, but they need to start converting something into a transition.
I don't know if I like these back passes from Ball State, though. They kind of put them in a risky spot, especially again with how much SDSU has been willing to challenge every possession. Oath going for the clear, and Pleb shadowing, reading, gets the bump on him. Wova just trying to keep it out of SDSU's hands at the moment. It is kind of working out in their favor. Zap gets it over 1, gets it over 2. Maybe an opportunity here if you can get a decent touch. Dog will take it off of the wall. The demo comes through. Gone! Own goals at 8 seconds. SDSU have a chance.
Look at this from Zap getting that 50. Dog still has so much to do, but he knows one player's going to get taken out. Zap, fantastic job again to stay central to the play. Once he gets that 50, steals a boost, and he knows the goalie's the only thing standing in their way. SDSU, resilience, Western Conference, pride. I love to see it in the chat, but it is an all for nothing. Wova, the delay flick, not like this.
The one time that SDSU needed to show that aggression, and I think they just got a little nervous. They didn't really have the positioning to play with it. 3 seconds. SDSU need this kickoff.
And Pleb going to be taking it. Zap will cheat up as Dog goes to the corner, and it's a delay one from Oath, which actually works perfectly for Dog from the ceiling. And Pleb in the middle with boost, but the whiff means that's how this one ends. Ball State leveling things up.
Yep. We're back to a tie series. The best of 3 ahead of us. Ball State, it is close, but they're willing to fight back. And SDSU, I mean, this is a tit for tat series at the moment, one that neither team wants to give up.
And I think watching SDSU in this game, the defense is still exactly where I want it to be. Granted, they are dealing with Ball State, I think, playing a lot more methodically. They're not 100% diving in. You pointed out the passivity. Honestly, I kind of like that better from them. If they're spread out too much and they get hard countered like they were in game 1, it's going to spell doom for them. It's still really tricky to escape SDSU on these lead blocks, considering they're going for them every single time with Azap, the #1 demo player in the West, save 1 player. So when it comes down to it, I think a game like this is more in Ball State's wheelhouse. SDSU, I think, is at their best when they're specifically throwing curveballs that Ball State just really is not prepared for.
I think the one thing that I am a little bit worried about for SDSU, though, is like, the passivity is starting to inch a bit closer, but I think what is... All right, guys. All right. I think what's starting to work more so in SDSU's favor and what made game 1 so decisive is they weren't giving the freedom of movement to Ball State. Like, they were taking so many risky and frankly dumb cuts at times, but all it did was it just kept Ball State on their toes to have to readjust their rotate a bunch of times, to have to really make these awkward challenges that couldn't have been in their favor. And yes, SDSU was leaving themselves open for it, but it worked out for them. So we'll see. Game 3. SDSU, Ball State.
Right off the rip is going to take it all the way down to the goal line, and then will be saved away. Oath trying to find Guh again, and I think he might want to take about 99% of the power off that pass, as that's going to be somewhat of a giveaway for MPleb to potentially chase on down, or at the very least, get that boost steal. Now Dog almost had the ability to step on through, but instead we're right back to mid.
Yep, chasing down this demo and trying to create an opening. Wova going for the clear instead. MPleb. Oath in the waiting. Dog. Looking for the pass off the side wall. It's giving away the possession. I don't know if I like that too much. Wova in place. Playing it super slow now as SDSU is poking and prodding.
Wova and Guh both looking at each other. Wova will decide to take that one off corner. Doesn't really have a target, so Zap knows that one, can see forward, and now here comes the air dribble. We've talked about his mechs. How about his endurance through those 50s? I think was trying to maybe project that one a bit further down the line, but instead gonna have to submit to his teammates. MPleb should get the first touch, and in fact, Wova calling that bluff, does not believe that's actually gonna go on through, so Dog just trying to keep it high, but for the most part, both teams somewhat reticent to go forward.
Now, as both teams just fighting for this midfield control, Zap with a whiff. This could be dangerous, especially as Wolfite. He's chasing this demo to the ends of the earth, not able to get it. As Empleb will be able to keep this ball going forward. This is a bad touch. Has SDSU put in a risky spot. This is the second time now where it feels like they really haven't been put in too many advantageous positions. As Ball State starting to get warmed up.
Zap in an awkward position. He had to turn all the way around for that, and it's why he does not have that clear. Now he needs to get there right in time to stop Guh. But what can Wova do now? Trying to play off Npleb. SDSU forced into awkward positions, all three of them in the same corner. Now they are just flaring out to the far side, and at least with a demo like that, which is kind of the SDSU specialty, they're able to take somewhat of a breath, but you got to make sure you hold it because it is going to be hard when Wova is dunking you back under.
SDSU, you're letting it slip slowly but surely. It's just these micro mistakes that are coming through, and Ball State, you can't give it to them or they will take advantage.
Another game straight where Ball State has opened the scoring here, and if you're SDSU, this is not what you want to see, particularly because these have been close games. Game one was SDSU kind of getting a surprise factor, getting a lot of offense early on, and then past that, it was a little bit more contentious down the stretch, and ever since the back half of game number one, it has been like this. It's coming down to individual shots, just really sustaining pressure in total across both these teams right now. There's only a handful of shots, and that one is only going to count as one more. Calamity on the back line.
Yeah, I want to count 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, that is so many misreads from SDSU on one single possession. Not the way you want this series to go at the moment, considering how tight it is.
Zap, off kickoff, going to take that one patiently. Now a high flick up above. That's a tough read for him, and he still does well enough for Wova to chase that one down. Npleb looking for another 50. We'll get that one, but again, SDSU, they can't win off just these 50s. Need to learn how to extend it or potentially hold it up. Let someone else get on top of the ball, which is something that is coming at a premium. Honestly, the possession for SDSU is the most shocking contrast, I would say, between earlier games. It seems like they're chasing Ball State, and Ball State, if this is the game plan, then clearly it is working wonders.
I'm really wondering just kind of what sort of difference has been made. Oath looking for the second touch. Dog, great positioning, able to keep this out and prevent the poster. Zap trying to get around. SDSU struggling to just find their place right now. Mpleb gets over one. Oath will go for the challenge. Zap and Dog both chasing it, cutting. 90 seconds remaining, and thus far, SDSU struggling to find the previous form.
Positioning from Ball State flawless. Every single time it seems like there's a pass middle, someone from Ball State is just a bit closer, a bit more boosted up. They're able to get all the deflections and the annoying taps around. Even with Oath right here, he knows Emblem has so much to do with that. So maybe SDSU can rescue it with Dog. It's actually a bump over Guh. That should be a pass over to Npleb. Nice. Deflection, top corner or so I thought, as that one's still gonna go wide yet again. Only 2 shots recorded despite all this offense, just because Ball State not allowing anything really to go right down the middle.
Yeah, they're really covering all these passing lanes so efficiently. They're not really allowing any boost starving strategies from occurring at the moment. Zap, though, hasn't been as decisive on the offensive end and is just trying to cover any holes in the defense at the moment. Guy gets it over the defense. We'll be able to knock it to the outside wall, keep the possession going. Last 30 seconds-ish. The clock winds down. This has all been in Ball State's favor, and they don't want to give it up. Wova gets the dunk.
Love this from Wova, and look at how much boost he does it with. Notably, none of the boost. Just grabs one pad, but he doesn't need it. Just immediately plays down into the 50, and for Zap, he has to protect against the flick and go early, and that's exactly why Wova just tucks it underneath. Not like it's really going to change too much, but maybe the 9 shots from Ball State are going to be able to sway this series. 2 straight wins, it's looking like, for Ball State after a shocking game 1, and SDSU, they're being given quite a lot to think about right now.
Yeah. I think just in mind, or just alike with Ball State, you know, obviously they can't just ask for a server change, but they have very much lost the momentum in this series, and this is one that is going completely the other direction. A dominant victory here for Ball State as they take the lead in this series and put SDSU on the back foot, and we start to question why. At the moment, we put so much faith in SDSU, but we know that they have that capability. We've seen it in game 1. We know what their peak is. They just need to find it again.
And this is probably the most difficult part about being able to cast these matches, and especially when we make these cross-region predictions. The cool part about a lot of these day one games is that it's guaranteed to be East-West, because that's just really how the seeding works. And tomorrow we're going to be starting off with that as well. But when we do see a lot of these matchups, the difficulty really starts to come in for West teams in terms of the pacing. Ball State, they're organized, they're former national champions, they're second place in a different national championship that happened earlier this summer, and for good reason. You see the organization. Game 1, not even close to what we expected out of them. And then games 2 and 3, it just feels like they flipped a switch. SDSU right now, you can see them chasing, you can see them guessing, and it just doesn't look nearly as confident, and that is by design.
Yeah, and honestly, though, I think when we're seeing SDSU, they are, you can tell, they're trying to find that confidence. Again, they're trying to figure out, okay, currently we're getting outpaced, we're getting beat to the ball. Whatever we did before, it isn't working, or at least we can't get back to that form. And I think they're talking about it right now. You can tell they're deep in discussion, and Pleb is trying to walk them through it, really kind of get them back to this form. I think they're ready for it. A lot of it, I think it's just, we're not seeing, I think, the effectiveness that we saw from Zap previously. We saw these double dunks come through. We saw just how effective he was in getting these demos, but we're just not seeing it at the moment, Taco.
No, and that's the issue is when we do really process a lot of this type of match, when we do, because we've seen this before where a team kind of sets things up, seems like it's all ready to go. Ball State, let's package it up and go on to the next round and make another crazy lower bracket run. I really don't want to count out SDSU because I see the pieces. I see where they might fall. They really just need to make sure this defense cleans it up, especially on this back wall, as Ball State loves to be able to abuse that one, almost starting off with a double.
Yep. Firmly now into game 4 as Ball State, they're on series points. With it, look to move on to the next stage of this bracket for $20,000. They started off the last time we had a bracket of this style in fall of 2023 with this same roster. They had an incredible run into that bracket, a Cinderella run even. And they're trying to replicate that here this weekend.
That's a really heavy touch, but the problem is it's going the wrong direction. Oath is able to rescue somewhat, as I guess if you hit it in the open spot, it's technically a pass if your teammate can get to it first. And Bleb, no more boost, so he'll be able to challenge Oath, but Oath so good at getting around a player, but maybe not around the read. A little sloppy to begin Salty Shores.
I'm a little concerned with how SDSU are taking these solo plays right now. You can see Ball State, they're having a read on the simple one-touch attempts, setups. Dog for a pass that is well played. Unfortunately, just a touch too slow and a bit too telegraphed for a team like Ball State.
Able to get that 50 and catch as well. Cut inside, going to leave it to Dog. Trust Wova to be able to clean that up. But the problem is Wova is not near it. Zap gets the extension past Guh. The only reason that is not in the net, even with the zero boost and Pleb around the ball. Held up again. Ball State not doing too bad of a job here. It might not be escaping, but yeah, after all of these 50s, they're doing their job. They're holding it in place and eventually leading to a clear despite Dog having 100. It's just a late challenge, which will be covered by Wova.
Oh, this could be dangerous, though, if God doesn't get the read. I think what I'm seeing now right now, I mean, listen, there's been a few times now that SCSU, they've been in this situations where their second man just has no boost. I mean, Mpleb going for shots with literally nothing, but it's just a boost efficiency matter. Even there, Mpleb needed to get that 100, wasn't able to. Wova and get the single touch. Dog puts off the sidewall. Mpleb could be a chance. Zap needs to go up, needs to beat him. Guh will be there for the save.
This is exactly why SDSU, I said they need to rely on their strengths. When's the last time we've seen a Ball State player demoed or even bumped at this point? You can't keep shooting on target when Guh is just sitting on the line waiting for it. Unless you're hitting an absolute laser to the far or near posts, it's always going to be saved to the side. This time it's Wova trying to take up the defensive reins. He doesn't need the touch as no one was up for it, but this time he's got a lead blocker. He's got Mpleb to deal with on the shot. Not fast enough yet again. A goal line stop keeps it 0-0.
Yeah, Guh taking the brunt of that effort as well. Wova able to get another save, but this is a good change from SDSU as we've seen more offensive opportunities thus far from them since the entirety of the previous game. And only hope a change of mentality for them as they want to force this game 5.
Really nice up from Dog. Not a lot of boost to speak of, but he did his job, slow things down for Ball State. And now the rest of the team has to follow suit as they're all crowded up on the near post. And Pleb giving it away to Wova. Just a high lob. I think he was waiting for Guh. Guh was nowhere to be found, mainly because there's no boost to be discovered. But he's back at it. It's another back post shot for Dog to deal with. And that one's going to be a bit more awkward for Oath. Again, a pass across the middle that's just too far for the target.
Zap's ahead of it. Got decent amount of chance. Gonna knock it straight down. Oath, you can see the pass was made. Just unfortunately a whiff. Dog needs to be there. Going for it early. Oath looking to keep it in play. Keeps it mid. Zap knocking it out. Oath just a bit too far. Zap just doing everything he can for the clear.
That's a really nice up. That's actually a fake. How about a demo? Dog open shot. Oath, of course, is the player in the way. Another demo. More or less SDSU just getting out their frustrations. They thought that was the moment. But of course, Ball State knows if you take out one of us, you still got 2 more layers to deal with.
SDSU can't even buy a goal right now. They put so many attempts on, and they're good looks, frankly. They are really good looks. It's just, unfortunately, straight to Ball State. Oath puts a bit too wide for the second touch. Zap is there. Won't get demoed. Looking to keep it in play. Ball State inching closer. 40 seconds remaining. SDSU looking for their mark.
Oath, good awareness. Not a lot of boost, but he goes on the back wall because he knows if that ball ricochets middle, it's right to his app. And Pleb, trying to look for Dog. Oath needs a read. He's going to get the skim. Wova on a 1v1 and a good bluff call from Zap to make sure that doesn't go any further. Not to say that the attack is over. In fact, it might have just begun. If not for that 15 Dog, he's got to be up. He's got no boost to catch up to it, unfortunately. Ball State scraping by again as we're back in the mid.
I just wondered I thought there was enough time. This could be dangerous as well. Zap, can you be the hero? SDSU take the lead at 7 seconds.
What a pass by Dog. I would say the catch, but instead it's a pinch like I've never seen. Ball State can't predict it, but you know who can. The demo leader and the de facto captain, it feels like, based on how they've been playing. They've been a staple in the backfield, but now they might have just delivered a game win. Can we go to 5? Ball State has one more chance. Can't deliver on the bump. There's another clear. Oath around the back end. Oath into the midfield with another clear, and there you have it. SDSU, one of the West's last chances, still trying to stay alive.
We were looking, we were hoping, and we were praying for a Game 5. We wanted to see the East and West at their best, going neck and neck all the way, and now we have it. SDSU forcing the Game 5 in dramatic fashion.
And this is exactly the way that you want games to come down to. Singular chances where the players you need to step up do step up. The fact that that pass went that fast is insane. I don't know if Dog could have replicated that again, but it's the thought of catching that one, turning it back in, and functionally it accomplished the same thing, I think, of the original intent. Ball State, I definitely think that's a game you shake your head on, but good defense gets you so far. You need a bigger lead sometimes if you want to fend away those kind of awkward moments of something you just simply can't predict.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a change. I mean, that was from what we saw in games 2 of 3. This was one where SDSU really just had control for a good portion of the game. Yeah, it got close a couple times, but this could have been so much bigger of a lead for SDSU because they put so many shots on the board. Some of them were just, frankly, miracle goal line saves, but at the end of the day, if SDSU, they're able to get at least one, they're able to get the job done. So, Taco, we are headed to Champions Field. It is the East versus the West to end off day 1 of the Summer Series Championships.
SDSU, the little university that could, maybe not in terms of student population, but in terms of the expectations of this bracket, right off the rip, Ball State torn apart.
I can hear all the West fans going crazy right now. All the SDSU fans wanting this upset to happen. Now it's a possibility. SDSU take our first lead.
And I got to say, the goal is great, but it's really made that by Dog. What a setup to spike it underneath and then dished off the back line. Ball State couldn't do much about it. And if you're getting vibes from game 1, then I don't blame you. That's a really nice goal. This could be another one. Pinch straight down Wova. That's a careful one. That could very well have been an own goal if you didn't play that angle correct.
And this is the symptoms of game 1 that we saw. I mean, look how close SDSU are playing to every single defender. They're giving absolutely no room. NPleb makes it 2-0.
Seb, I feel a little anxious. I was trash talking on the desk. I was feeling good, but right now, Ball State, they seem like wires are crossed. It seems like their tires are crossed. They're falling over each other. They can't get these reads, and it all started with Oath just not really being able to get that angle away, and now it looks like NPleb, they're full of confidence through the corner yet again. A team bump, but Dog knows better than dive on through. So does Zap. He waits for the flick.
Needing to be the hero
Demo.
for Ball State. Wait, this is just completely open. Zapatos makes it 3-0. What is happening, Taco?
This map produces some wonky events. Sometimes we focus on game 4s and 6s for when everything falls apart, but the nerves are looking like they are very much so pressing down on Ball State. 3 goals within a minute. The bottom seed coming in from West trying to make a statement.
Even then, Ball State, yes, they have these circumstances going on, but it's not like Wova's playing bad. Like, Oath has 2 points a minute into this game. And Pleb, Ball State struggling to match what SDSU is giving them.
Oath trying to take it slow, but SDSU, they're in such a flow state, obviously because of the scoreline, but also because they don't have to press up anymore. They can wait for Ball State to catch up, and if they are at low boost, let them flounder, let them build up to the midfield, because they certainly trust the rotation. Thing is, you gotta make sure you close down on Ball State. That's an open miss. That has to be for Oath, and finally, of all the ways that goes in, Seb, we get one.
Of all the ways, but you know what? For Ball State, we do indeed take those. Zapatos was coming off the corner. He actually almost even got the save. That shows how much Ball State, they're going to have to work for it. They're going to have to take advantage. They're going to have to convert on every mistake SDSU may make. They want a chance to climb this mountain.
Honestly, the only advantage of those 3 goals that Ball State can even hold on to is the fact that it happened within a minute. It wasn't actually late in the game where you have to pretty much full send. This is something where you're not necessarily taking your time, but 2 goals with 3 minutes is something where you can kind of wait for the perfect buildup instead of just diving in and trying to force one. At SDSU, I think they know that. That's why 2-goal lead, one of the more dangerous ones in esports. You do not want to get complacent, and I think SDSU knows exactly why when Wova is rising up in the sky. No more boost for 2/3 of the players. Guh, trying to fake that out, but Zap, the only one with boosts, bided his time correctly.
Zap getting better with his reads on the defensive end, starting to get a look at how SDSU and Ball State are working hand in hand. Ball State trying to make these infield passing plays, but Zap doing a good job at just being able to cut off the passing lanes. Oath trying to get a 50. Look at this, double commit in the midfield. Look at what is Ball State doing right now? It's so confused. I feel like the comms are all over the place, Taco.
At the very least, I mean, you got to also understand they're under a lot of stress for natural reasons. Nice 1-2-3, and yet too far away to really make anyone on SDSU sweat. Guh with a catch, or rather a pass out to Dog. Top shelf finish. Guh makes up for it, but Zap on the comeback gets the 50 into the middle. Guh's trying to chase, but Npleb knows better. Another flick down, and at this point, Zeb, you have to be thinking Ball State's eyes keep flicking to the top of that screen. They have to be checking that clock.
A little bit, but you can see, I think they're starting to get a bit cleaner. They're getting a bit more aggressive, and that shows why. Wova puts one in. 3-2. The mountain is being climbed.
And Zap, unfortunately, I think he's better off not flicking that one. If he just keeps boosting, that probably deflects out to the corner instead, but he wants the power, and honestly, he might have wanted the bounce just to kind of throw a change-up to Ball State instead. Perfect positioning means Wova gets a goal, and now Oath, he might even get another one. Dog, critical save, keeping this one a 1-goal match.
Oath was absent for at least the first minute and a half of this game, but he has found his form again to try and be the carry for Ball State when they need to. And Pleb, and just carry, bait out a defender or an attacker from Ball State. This Dog, SCSU need to clean up here.
Oath does not get that flick. Npleb should be able to get this read. That's why Guh turns around, turns on the power slide. High flick means Dog has to deal with that. No boost. Nice pass out to Zap, but should be handled by Ball State, but then crossed wires again. You can't afford those mistakes. You got under 70 seconds.
Yeah, especially because when you do make those mistakes, you're essentially just burning the clock. You're allowing SDSU to just take full advantage, take down as many seconds as they need to. Now we're under a minute. It is a goal lead here for SDSU to make one of the greatest upsets we've seen.
It might be Summer Series, but this has a lot of pressure for a team that we have so high of expectations for in Ball State. Oath trying to make sure he can live up to what we know he's capable of. A flip reset pass middle. Too far for Guh yet again. Dog, no boost. Npleb, no boost. Zap, he's still with only 30. The 100 boost is something Pleb has, but now with a third attempt off the backboard. Oath, can he deliver on the double? Zap says no.
Looking to keep it in play. Dog, SDSU, the rest of this squad doing everything they can, but it's not enough. Wova comes in just in time to tie up this game.
Why is he there? How is he found in the traffic? He somehow gets that through. SDSU, your head is in your hands, but you gotta pick it up, lift the chin, because you've come this far. It's only tied. We're basically just back to a regular game at the start, except this game might be turning into sudden death if we even get there. Seb off the backboard. Oath gonna be able to carry this one. I think Ball State will gladly take next goal wins, and in fact, it looks like we might have some heroism. Wova with a double, can't catch up, and it's 1 goal to decide who moves on.
The best of 5. This is David versus Goliath, and David has indeed showed up. Zapatos puts this off the back wall. Oath is there to kick off this overtime.
And let's not forget, in that tale, David was the one who came out on top despite overwhelming odds, but you can't be losing 50s like that. N-Pleb, save off the backboard. Clear's only going to go as far as Wova. Set up a flick over Zap, not Dog. Oath fully boosted up, and this is where Ball State likes to operate. Get the boost, slowly drain it out of your opponents, but these higher lobs only going to work so long as SDSU not in position to stop.
Good. Going to be able to take their own pads. The demo's coming through, but it is a trade, so Dog will take it slowly. Looking for a good 50. Mpleb even taking a defensive, but this could be dangerous. This is just open. No, for Ball State, they will take the win. SDSU collapse in dramatic fashion. So close, but not quite enough.
That is why this team is on top, because you are never out of a game so long as there's time left on the clock. How about 4 unanswered to come on back in this game? What a performance. SDSU, you gave it your all, but you're playing against national champions. It's never going to be easy.
West came so close to having such a dramatic victory here. It was at the edge of their fingertips, and you could tell they worked so hard for it, and it was so incredibly close, but Ball State were able to clutch it out at just the exact moment. It was a 3-0 lead for SDSU, and unfortunately, an even more dramatic collapse.
I would say the first goal is rough, a lot of misses in there, but then the second one also just a little bit off a giveaway. We're watching it in real time, so you look back at the replays, but you can see Ball State chose their moments. This rotation from Wova, 0 boost, just happens to land down. I have to know if that was calmed.
I really gotta know. I mean, so much of it, at that point, when you're in such intense overtime, so many things are going through your head. You're trying to figure out where you need to play, but also there was a couple times, I mean, even in that last minute, SDSU, they had the tendency, I think, to get scared, like to try and just play as passive as possible, play every 50. They're not going to take any extra risk. Why would they? They're on the cusp of an insane upset. All they need to do was put it to the ground. Unfortunately for them, it just didn't work out. But what a series played by them. This is, I believe, the bottom seed, if I remember correctly, from the West, coming to the East and being able to play that level. Absolutely incredible. Let's bring in the desk here to talk about this series, because I know, Bass, you're about to cry. Okay. Hercules is wishing she predicted SDSU. How you guys feeling?
Did say it once while we were in there. I was like, ooh, okay, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't have predicted against them. But no, honestly, everybody said that it was going to be a fairly close matchup, and I'm glad we finally got our game 5.
I have no words for that. That was one of the most painful experiences of my entire life. Look, SDSU, congratulations to you guys for actually putting up a fight that I do think very few people would have seen going to at least a Game 5 at that. And on top of that, I mean, Game 5 overtime victory. There's not much more you can do to fight up against your opponents here. The only thing is, why couldn't you close it out? Please! Just, come on, man. I wanted 2 West teams going through, and I understand that they could not. I mean, I will say this much, though. Taco, it's the second time. Bro, when N-Pleb is on, this SDSU team is different.
Oh, for sure. And that's why I was actually pretty much rooting for them in power rankings, where I'm saying, like, I think this is a pretty solid team the way they're playing. It's just like you still see those moments that are just beneath them. The panic in the corner, giveaways across the middle. And Ball State, I mean, after a while, you could feel them start to understand what they need to do, start lobbing off the backboard, changing up with direct shots. It was forcing SDSU into a panic. And despite a 3-goal lead, just slowly seeing it chipped away, at a certain point, I think you just start crumbling and start making mistakes that are going to be fairly uncharacteristic based on how well they have been playing, not only in the season, but really throughout most of that series.
It definitely does feel like this is a team that kind of has all the right pieces together, but the unfortunate truth is, Seb, that this team is not quite there yet. They're going to probably be like this in the fall, and them making a top 6 here in Summer Series really does kind of show as long as they can continue to clean up their mistakes, they will continue to be contenders.
I'm very excited to see it. Like, honestly, we saw peaks and valleys throughout the course of this summer season, but we saw what the peaks are, and we saw a glimpse of it today. Yes, it would have been amazing if they got the win, but the fact of the matter is they were able to go a full best of 5 with national champions, with one of the favorites for this bracket, with a team who has beaten Northwood. They have went the distance, defied all expectations. Yes, it wasn't the storybook ending, but I believe that they made many fans out there today.
I have to imagine so. And like I said, this is a team that'll be back in the fall. And Herc, your gut continues to have the right persuasions, if you will, here. Do you believe this is going to be a team that's going to continue to make playoffs coming into the next semester?
Oh, man. Yeah, coming into the next semester for sure. I like this squad a lot. I think ever since we saw them compete on stage and they had their crazy pop-off moment and then them clutching it out here, they're consistent with, if they're taken all the way to the end, they can be successful still. So I have high hopes for them. I think the rest of y'all do. I'm sure that they do for themselves as well. The fact that they've been able to keep up with the expectations they have set, it's a good sign headed into the future.
Well, unfortunately, we can only look to the future now. That's the end of our day here. We have concluded all 4 of our matchups that we have seen throughout the day. And honestly, it's kind of what we were hoping for, minus the fact that we got 2 sweeps, Taco. St. Edwards and Davenport and Columbia and Fisher are probably also the 2 that we least expected to be sweeps.
Yeah, it was. That's actually a really good point. Is that the 2 games we came in, I literally said in pre-show, like, I think those 2 bracket games are actually going to be really close, and then it turns out they're just one-way traffic the whole way. But yes, Oregon put up a great fight, and SDSU, something about, that 6th and 5th seeds. They knew what they had to do, and they almost took care of business. I would love to see that back, as SDSU will be losing a player, I believe, Dog, graduating, so he will not actually be back in fall. Who knows what they're going to be come back with? Hopefully, in that 20 to 30,000 person school, we can find like one more SSL for them to be able to tag in, because I loved what I saw, and I know Ball State has had some weird results. I don't think in a million years they thought that was going to be that sweaty.
No, not a chance. And honestly, good to Ball State for being able to clutch that out. But this is kind of what we expect out of Ball State. They are a team that are happy to go to 5, can still win it in 5. They can do it in 7. They can do it wherever. The good thing for them is that they've got one last best of 5, and then they can get into the best of 7s. Tomorrow, we've got Ball State versus Davenport and Columbia versus Akron. Herc, your gut feeling seems to be pretty on track today. Which one of those 2 matchups is the one to watch?
I don't know. I'm going to be so honest. I have no idea because everything threw me off today. I feel like I can't predict anybody. I feel like everybody's going to show up and do something weird. For the uppers, no, I really don't know. Like, in all honesty, I don't know. I'm going to be right there in chat guessing with the rest of y'all. I have no idea. It is such a toss-up.
I was about to say, it's okay. We got other analysts on the desk here who can make some picks as well. Let's go to you, Taco, first. Which match you looking at tomorrow?
Honestly, I think the Ball State Davenport one is pretty clear, especially I was glancing at the Twitch chat throughout that series. Cam was the biggest SDSU fan in the chat, specifically just because he said, I don't want to have to play Ball State again. That's just be such an annoying draw, especially in the lower finals, as that is still a best of 5 type territory. But I do believe Columbia, the way that they're playing, I mean, yes, it was kind of a shooting gallery, not a lot of defense in that Fisher game, but Akron was also looking kind of shaky. I believe Akron's better than Oregon, so, using that dangerous transitive property when we're making caster analysis, I do feel like that could be a series that could be a lot more close than maybe the eye test might lend itself to believe.
Zeb, you got any others that we got to pay attention to?
Oh, dude, that Maryville, West Virginia match,
That's
I
what
think
I
is going
thought,
to
yep.
determine, like they played each other in the past. It was at another collegiate tournament that we had, and West Virginia came out on top of that series. That being said, Maryville in Summer Series currently is like him. They are very much the team to watch out for, at least coming from the West, and they've played very great in the West. Even if the last match they played against SCU apparently was kind of a whatever match, this is still the team to beat from the West Coast. And WVU, this is going to be their test for them if they're able to be in the realm of possibility to defend their Summer Series title.
Reminder to everybody, those 4 matches are not the only 4 matches that we're going to be watching through tomorrow. We've got the uppers and lowers, and we've even got our lower quarterfinals as well to determine the final. I believe it'll be 4 teams participating in this bracket overall. You guys are not going to want to miss it. We start tomorrow at 3 p.m. I was going to say Pacific. It is not. It is Eastern, so that's actually going to be noon for all of you like me who are on the West Coast here. So make sure to set your alarms. Make sure to set it in your calendars. We better see you here tomorrow because unfortunately, that's the end of our night here tonight. We've got through 4 matches, and every single one of the matches was a banger. Despite the fact that we did get 2 sweeps, they were still very close series. And honestly, the takeaway, and you guys can disagree with me if you want, the West is standing up. Seb, this is the best we have probably ever seen the West look coming into this one. Even if we didn't send a majority of West teams to tomorrow, they look so competitive in every matchup.
Dude, like I can smell the sweat from Eastern teams from here. I've never had to see Eastern teams in the first round have to sweat so hard to get what are seemingly basic wins, right? The only really one that kind of had it in the bag with no sweat at all was Columbia, and that was against an Eastern team, and they absolutely smacked them around. So it's like, something about the West is changing. We're seeing it progressively. It's happening slowly but surely. We're getting inklings of it. We had it here, of course. We also have the stuff from tomorrow. We had it at the Collegiate Ascension tournament where Western teams were doing better. There is a changing of the guard right now, where there is a pendulum shift right now. I'm not saying it's fully towards the West at the moment, but I'm becoming a fan. No, it's not, because they haven't won yet. Come on. But it's getting there. Okay, the Eastern teams are going to be on a watch out, because while we said the top 5 Eastern teams were like the ones to watch, they're even having a hard time, and that is something to be said.
It was difficult. It was not easy for literally any team that made it through here. And even despite the fact that Columbia did take a pretty confident win over Fisher here, they still had to try and fight through them, which, Taco, I got to ask you then, does that make it even more justified for you putting SDSU at the top 10 instead of Fisher? How you feeling about that pick ahead after all of today's events?
I agree.
I mean, I felt like when Fisher, this narrative with them is like, okay, they're play pretty well. Obviously, they're getting in top 6 in the East, but I don't know about their grind mentality. I don't know how many hours they're putting in. I don't know the scrims they're putting in. They got there off a forfeit in a way. So it's like, it's not as strong as SDSU, who I've casted, and they lost to GCU in a game 5, like right off the bat. And I'm like, they looked really inconsistent. And then down the stretch, I'm looking at the results and I'm looking at the stats. I'm like, they're really getting some really competitive matches. I don't really pay attention to like how far those series are gone. Like if you're winning in match 5, sure. But the fact that they're still able to get there shows that it looks like they've dialed into something. And I think right off the bat in that Ball State game, just in the back of my head, I was like, oh yeah, this is what I was hoping would happen. I didn't have a lot of faith that they would show up like that, but I do feel like everyone has ascended these playoffs. It's really looked nice to see that all the teams are not having off series. They're all playing out of their minds.
It has been such a fun day of Collegiate Rocket League, and we got 2 more fun days, but Herc, you will not be joining us for those next fun days, which is why I get to give you, with 1 day of looking at these teams, who's winning it this weekend.
Oh my god. Okay, this is why I was freaking out earlier, because I zoned out a little bit and I thought that's what you asked me. And that's why I was panicking so badly, because I was like, oh my god, that's like so on the spot.
Now you gotta answer anyways.
Now I have to answer it anyways. Oh man.
I'm gonna count you down. I'm gonna start singing the music.
Gut says Maryville. If somebody's making a lower bracket run and taking them all the way, my gut says Akron, actually.
I'm so excited.
Oh, he's so disappointed.
Wow.
He's so disappointed.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say Columbia, honestly, and then I was gonna be like Columbia Maryville in the grand final, but I don't know. I don't know.
That,
No,
Pig-
y'all are gonna
when
call me
pigs fly.
Call me
When pigs
crazy.
fly.
Call me crazy, and then watch it happen.
I honestly,
You heard it here.
you know what? If it happens, there will not be a happier human on this planet, and I mean that so seriously. Someone could be having their first child, and I will still be a happier person than them. I mean that so seriously.
I think I might actually see you pass out on stream, Loki.
Dude, somebody got to check on me. You can't let me cast that match. If I'm on for that on Sunday, you have to put me as host, or I genuinely think I'm going to like blow out people's eardrums. Regardless, Hark, I agree with your picks. I love hearing a Columbia, Akron, and Maryville run. The underdogs might be able to show themselves this weekend, and so will the rest of us. Everybody but Herc will be here back tomorrow. We'll be bringing in Vodable, along with the lovely production we've got behind the scenes. Massive shout out to everybody that's pushing the buttons here tonight. I won't list all of them because otherwise we'd have to do that 3 times throughout this weekend. But if you'd like to see more stuff throughout this weekend, tune in tomorrow. Like I said, it's going to be 3 o'clock Eastern. That is 12 Pacific, so noon for all of you guys on the West Coast. I know y'all getting up before then, and if you're not, fix your sleep schedule. I don't really know what else to say besides that. We will see you guys tomorrow for the second day here of the CCA Summer Series playoffs, sponsored by NelnetBank. Thank you so much for tuning in here tonight, and have a great rest of your Friday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the desert night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. I've arrived. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the desert night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. I've
Your dream is the first step on your educational path. Let NelnetBank help you go from dreamer to achiever with a private student loan. Simple application process, flexible repayment plans, and easy co-signing options. Apply at nelnetbank.com/elevate.